to the FIVB, to the IOC, and recently to the Pan American sports organizations, so far without any success. The unspoken message is clear. Sports leader, don't betray your family, for you shall never be forgiven. Don't blow the whistle. As you will understand, and as this week will show, the noise of democracy has not yet reached every corner of international sport. Nevertheless, I insist that the situation has changed fundamentally over the past years. It is now legitimate to ask for democracy, transparency, and freedom of expression, such as we have done since 1997. But even though this change is encouraging, it's also a bit risky, because good governance can end up as a buzzword that will make politicians, sports leaders, and conference organizers feel good without any consequence in reality. So to ensure that ideas are put into practice and that our experiences are not wasted, Play the Game has to redefine its role. We must still serve as a platform for exposure of sport's darkest side, but we must also engage more with those forces who wish to shape a better sports community. In that spirit, we concluded our 2011 conference by asking the conference delegates to back up behind the so-called Cologne Consensus, which called upon the IOC to organize a world conference in the preparation of a global code for governance in sport. The IOC reacted with a letter, politely saying neither yes or no. Today we can safely conclude that the answer was really no. I can say without exaggeration that we have had more luck with other partners. Together with 6 European universities and the European Journalism Center, we applied for a grant to carry out a so-called preparatory action for the European Commission's sports unit. This grant allowed us to start a project entitled Action for Good Governance in International Sports Organizations, where we set out to create a scientifically based tool to measure sports governance at the global level. We call this tool the Sports Governance Observer, and you will soon be introduced to it. For Play the Game, as well as for many other small institutions and NGOs in international sport, the key to impact and useful results is fruitful partnerships. This conference is an example, and I would like to add my personal thanks to the many partners that have already been mentioned as decisive for the content and the financing of Play the Game 2013. If the lineup of speakers and delegates looks impressive, it's only because so many impressive speakers and delegates have made an effort to come here this week, and we are most grateful to you all for that. As token of our gratitude, we'll now leave the responsibility for the rest of the week to you. Because the success of this conference does not rely on a program on paper, because paper, after all, is silent. It is now your turn to drive the funeral silence out of sport. We know you have the expertise and the personal commitment to enrich your fellow conference delegates. And in the spirit of constructive dialogue, we kindly ask you also to lend an ear to what is presented by others. Even your strongest adversary may possess that bit of information that can make your truth more complete. So, let's make a bit of democratic noise. Let's play the game. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for this introduction to the next 4 days, Jens. There was silence in the room, and I think that was because Jens, he maybe hit some of the right things in his speech. And as he was not trying to hide, Play the Game is not always that popular among all the international sports organizations. They don't always see us, particularly Jens, of course, as a good company. But I'm happy to say that this doesn't count for the European institutions. In fact, we feel that they are aware of many of the issues we are trying to raise, and they also increasingly take the challenges of sport seriously. And we are now on the brink of the new budget of the Commission to support sport from 2014 till 2020, and the new work program is coming up, and this is very important. And in this process, obviously, the input from the European Parliament is of huge importance. And that's also why we are so honored to have today the vice chairman of the culture, the Committee on Culture and Education of the European Parliament, Morten Løkkegaard, with us here today. He's one of the politicians that has taken the need for a cross-border approach to the challenge of match fixing very serious in recent year. So Morten, please take the floor.
Thank you very much, Chairman, Alderman, ladies and gentlemen. Approximately 2 years ago, I was introduced to the term match fixing for the first time. Not surprisingly, it was Jens Sejer who paid me a visit in the European Parliament, and I was deeply shocked by the facts I received from him. Being an old investigative journalist myself, I have had a chance to follow some of my colleagues disclosing the doping scandals in cycling from the very start some 10 years ago, very often under extremely bad working conditions and harassed by the established cycling stars. I already then lost my illusions and gave up watching Tour de France. But now it seems that sport itself was and is threatened by corruption and international cross-border crime. The cross-border perspective was, of course, why the European Parliament was involved and why Jens Sejer paid me a visit. But I have to be honest with you. It was and still is very early days politically. Why? Now, if you have a look at the Lisbon Treaty, I don't know how many of you actually did that. The closest you get to these days to a European constitution, by the way, you'll notice that sport for the first time has its own article, the famous number 165. This article was kind of smuggled into the Lisbon Treaty. At least that's the impression you get when you look at the reactions from the member states when we, the Parliament, during this term have tried to put some flesh on the bone. Many European leaders seem to be worried about the potential consequences of this Article 165. Typically, also in this country, I might add, you will hear the same old song. This is a matter of subsidiarity, often followed by don't mix politics and sports. In short, I think this is the main political challenge today. Having said that, some good things have happened. We were introduced to this by one of the former speakers. Sport and match fixing was on the agenda at the summit last December in the Council. 26 member states could agree on, and I quote, a strategy to combat manipulation of sport results. But member state number 27 could not. This state was Malta, as far as I know, the number 1 center of online gambling in Europe. So without unity, no strategy. But some vague presidency draft conclusions talking about, and I quote again, inviting member states to support initiatives at national level. And the text recommended, and again I quote, close cooperation and information sharing between the member states, the Commission and the sports world. On the other hand, the text continues, and I quote again, this is clearly an area where EU action could bring real added value. And then, lastly, a reference to, and I quote again, the EU work plan for sport for 2011 to 14, which already highlight the fight against match fixing as a priority topic. So you see, you have this anxiety to do something, and on the other hand, you have a system which actually is very difficult to unite on this. So, at least we got a text, and we got a work plan issued by the Commission, and within this plan, we also have a handful of projects which has been launched. You heard about one of them, the Sport Governance Observer Front for once. Looking at the Parliament, there's a broad support for Europol and its very successful investigations. The Justice Committee in our House is aware of the political challenge. If you look at the sport portfolio, this is of course placed in the Cultural Committee, where I happen to be the vice chair. This committee is perhaps the weakest within the parliament, sorry to say. Almost no legislation run through this committee because of the subsidiarity principle applying to sport and culture. What we can do in this committee is to put match fixing and other issues on the political agenda, and so we have done. Among other things, we have had a hearing about match fixing. Sejer was there, among other. I have raised the issue both in Brussels and in Denmark whenever I had the chance. It has been sometimes uphill. And then, of course, we have one other option as the budget authority. We can ourselves come up with ideas for so-called pilot projects and preparatory actions. These will typically run 2 to 3 years, and then it will be decided whether they will be a part of a permanent program, which means, of course, more funding. And one just has to take a look at the budget for 2014 in order to see that match fixing is on its way to enter the political agenda, also in the European Parliament. I have personally proposed the European Centre for the Fight Against Match Fixing. This was not supported by the Commission, which sometimes is asked by the Parliament to give an assessment of the different proposals. Sports organization at a national level did not fancy the idea either. Fortunately, almost the same idea came from the Justice Committee, only with a slight different focus on giving financial support to different actors at a national level, in order to establish, and I quote, new integrated mechanisms involving both police investigators, betting companies, sport organizations, clubs, and gambling regulators. This proposal went through and will now be implemented as a part of the 2014 budget. So, where does this leave us and the fight against match fixing? Well, as anything else in Brussels, that depends. Sport is, as I said, a part of the treaty, but, as I'd already explained, it's always in danger of being a fatherless child if the Parliament does not care about it. You can't rely on the member states to act as one. Especially online gambling is too important for some member states economically, and neither can we expect common legislation. Perhaps we don't need it. The Commission now has a plan, and that is of course a big step forward. But, and this is an important detail, sport did not get its own program. It's only a sub-program to what we call Erasmus+. And the 7-year budget is incredibly small, only 1.8% of the total amount. So, in short, this is not a guarantee for a serious, convincing, common cross-border effort within the next decade. The Commission has shown so far that it will follow the political winds from the member states. On the other hand, the European police is doing a great job, as I just told you. No doubt that good results from the match fixing unit will be essential in order to keep up the political momentum. Finally, the Parliament. The long-term support has to come from parliamentarians, I think, but the short-term perspective is bleak. The elections in May next year is foreseen to be the big breakthrough for Eurosceptics all over Europe. If this is the case, budget for culture and home affairs will be the first to suffer. All in all, I think that the fight against match fixing is on the right track politically. However, failure is still an option if we do not bring the common efforts to the next level. What is key in this process is, of course, looking ahead, is a continuing coherent effort from you, from the environment, to fill in the gaps, explain us, the politicians, just how serious this problem is. Otherwise, I fear that the organized crime and its global followers in sports will end up destroying sport as the cultural force, and this, of course, must not happen. So I wish you all very good luck. Thank you.
Thank you for this promise that failure is still an option in the fight against match fixing. Now we'll come to an area, the governance in sport, where maybe failure has been a fact for several years. And we will discuss, as you know, match fixing tonight and tomorrow and the coming days. And it's up to us, of course, to add to this agenda of match fixing and to also discuss the constructive solutions on match fixing. And that's what we will be doing here. And what we already started on doing in Cologne 2 years ago was to try to find some constructive ways of discussing good governance in international sports organizations. And we have come a long way since then. We had this preparatory action called Action for Good Governance in International Sports Organizations, funded by the European Union. And we are now working on a so-called tool called the Sports Governance Observer. And the aim of this tool is, of course, to try to assist reforms from within in the international sports organizations, but it's also to make outside scrutiny possible. And of course, it's a tool to measure the development in the governance practices of the international sports federations. And that is also something we will discuss in the coming days. But now we will have one of the researchers from this project, Arnout Geeraert, who is from the University of Leuven in Belgium. That was one of the partners of the project, and is now also a staff member of Play the Game and the Danish Institute for Sports Studies, working on this tool, and he's going to give you an introduction now to what it's all about. So I will leave the floor to Arnout.
Thank you very much, Henrik. My name is Arnout Geeraert. It's a difficult name, but you did well, Henrik. Thank you. I'm here to tell you about the Sports Governance Observer, a benchmarking tool we are currently finalizing, and this tool will allow us to assess the degree of good governance in any global sport governing body. Before I turn to this tool, I would like to tell you something about testing the state of governance in international sport in general. Now, in particular, I will do this by telling you about a test study I conducted with 2 colleagues of mine, Jens Alm from Danish Institute for Sports Studies Play the Game, and Michael Grohl from the German Sport University in Cologne. What we did was, well, we tested the state of governance in international sports. We reviewed 35 global sport governing bodies into certain aspects of good governance. By telling you about this study, I will show you the relevance and the importance of the Sports Governance Observer, our tool, and I also show you how we go about measuring good governance in these organizations. Now, importantly, the study I conducted with my 2 colleagues was part of the EDGES project. Now, Henrik has already told you a little bit about this. EDGES stands for Action for Good Governance in International Sports Organizations. This project was funded by the European Commission Sport Unit, was part of the preparatory action in sports. Project was led by Play the Game Danish Institute for Sport Studies, and it included 6 European universities and the European Journalism Center. Just briefly, the objectives, because I think it's important that you know about this project. First of all, we set out to identify guidelines and possible solutions with regard to good governance in international sports. We wanted to qualify and stimulate the public debate, something that Play the Game has been doing for the past decade, I think. And finally, we wanted to analyze the current state of governance in sport, and this is exactly what we did in our study. Now, if you want to learn more about this project, you can access our website, edges.eu, and there you can find actually the outcomes of the project. And in these outcomes, the test study is also published. So if you're interested, feel free to go to this website. Okay, about the test study. What we did was review 35 global sport governing bodies. Why 35? Well, because the IOC recognizes 35 so-called international sports federations. This means that we did not review any regional or continental federations, such as UEFA, nor did we review the IOC itself or special task bodies such as WADA or the Court of Arbitration for Sport. Importantly, we did not conduct a full review of good governance in these organizations, but we focused on certain areas that are perceived as problematic in literature. Accountability, stakeholder participation, and certain issues related to executive body members. Now, in the end, our study allowed us to answer two very important questions. First of all, what is the current state with regard to good governance in international sports? Is it as bad as certain people sometimes say it is? And secondly, is there a need for the sport governance observer, for our tool? Before we did our study, we lacked empirical evidence to answer these two questions. Today, I'm not going to discuss the whole study, but I will only focus on certain accountability issues and the lack of term limits for elected officials. Okay, so let's start with accountability, a term which is often used in relationship to good governance, but even more so, well, people don't really realize what exactly that it entails. And accountability for me and for other researchers implies that you have two actors, and I will call them an actor and a forum. The main question is, how can you make sure that the actor is accountable to the forum? To make this a little less abstract, how can you make sure that in parliamentary democracy, that parliamentarians are accountable to the people who have elected them? In businesses, that a board of directors is accountable to the shareholders of the company who own the company. Or in international sports organizations, that the executive committee is accountable to the member federations of the international sport governing body, because they have created the organization, usually, and they own it. First of all, you have to make sure that the actor has to explain and justify its conduct to the forum. Then the forum, in turn, should be in the position to pose questions and pass judgment, and the actor can face consequences. Only when you have those three elements present, you can talk about an accountability relationship. So A, B, and C. If you lack these kinds of arrangements in your organization, you will see that it constitutes a breeding ground for corruption, concentration of power, the lack of democracy, and importantly also the lack of effectiveness of the organization. Okay, so this is a theory. Let's take a look at the 35 global sport governing bodies we reviewed. If you want to make sure that executive committee members explain and justify their conduct, you need to install certain monitoring mechanisms. For instance, there definitely is a need for complete and credible information about the accuracy of accounting and financial reporting of the governing body, the executive committee. Now, according to well-established corporate governance practice, this can be done by installing a financial and an audit committee. So we took a look at these organizations, and we found that in only 11 out of 35, they had a financial committee. In only 12 out of 35, there was an audit committee. So already here you can see certain accountability deficits. Another issue is funding. A lot of global sport governing bodies give funding to the member federations. And this is a good thing because it helps to develop sports at local levels. However, you must take certain accountability risks into account. First of all, funding can be used to get support for a certain policy agenda. And member federations may become rather benevolent in order to be able to get the funding from their executive committee. In this case, you will see that member federations will not be inclined to pose questions and pass judgment, and they will turn from watchdogs into lapdogs for their executive committee. So how do you solve this? Well, actually it's very simple. You have to make specific decisions related to the distribution of funding objectively reproducible. How do you do this? Well, by making sure that funding is awarded according to objective pre-established criteria. Secondly, you have to make distributed funding open to outside scrutiny. How do you do this? Very easy. Distribute funds in a transparent manner. So this is not complicated, this is quite simple actually. But this is a theory. Let's take a look at the practice. We found evidence of funding being distributed in 18 out of the 35 organizations we reviewed. This does not imply that in the other 17 organizations funding isn't being distributed, but we simply couldn't find any evidence for it. So we focused on those 18 organizations, and we found that in only 2 organizations, objective criteria are used to award funding. In only 3 organizations, funding was fully transparently being distributed. So in an answer to the question, are funds in global sport governing bodies distributed transparently and according to pre-established criteria? The answer must be in general, no, they're not. Next issue, an ethics committee. This is actually an excellent tool for holding executive committee members accountable. However, you must make sure that the three elements of an accountability relationship are present. Three elements I discussed earlier. The executive committee should be able to explain and justify its conduct to the ethics committee. The ethics committee should be able to pose questions, pass judgment, and the executive committee members may face consequences. Therefore, the ethics committee should have the power to initiate proceedings on its own initiative, so without referral by the executive committee members or the president. Otherwise, they will never investigate, of course. Secondly, ethics committee should be sufficiently independent from the executive committee, meaning simply that there shouldn't be any executive committee members in the ethics committee. Again, this is simple. Sounds logical. But this is a theory, so let's take a look at the practice. Everything, of course, starts with a code of ethics. And in the organizations we reviewed, we only found a code of ethics in 17 out of 35. An ethics committee, we found in 12 out of 35. So again, we took a closer look at those 12 ethics committees, and we established that in only 3 cases, the ethics committee was sufficiently independent from the executive committee. In only 1 case, the ethics committee was able to conduct investigations on its own initiative without referral by executive committee or the president. So in an answer to the question, are ethics committees present? Are they sufficiently independent? And can they initiate proceedings on their own initiative? Again, the answer is, in general, no, they're not. So this was the final accountability issue I wanted to discuss today. And the final issue I'm going to discuss today is term limits for elected officials. Limiting the terms of elected officials actually constitutes a remedy for several tenure issues. First of all, high rates of re-election stemming directly from the advantage that somebody who is already in a position enjoys over a challenger. Secondly, apathetic voters due to the certain re-election of incumbents. If you are sure that a certain guy or woman, but usually a guy, is going to be re-elected no matter what, you will lose interest. Finally, monopolization of power. If you can stay in office forever in your international sports organization, logically, you can monopolize a lot of power. So again, this was a theory. Let's take a look at the practice. We found term limits to be present in only 6 out of the 35 organizations we reviewed. And I would like to finish this by showing you an example of the potential monopolization of power due to the lack of term limits, by showing you the average number of years in office for the 35 sport governing bodies presidents we reviewed. So on your left side, you see 35 organizations we reviewed. At the bottom, you see the average number of years in office ranging from 0 to 40, actually. So let's have a little race, a little competition here. And it appears that we have a winner. It is the International Luge Federation, because its former president was in office for 37 years. World Taekwondo Federation is a good second with 29 years. And a bronze medal goes to International Skiing Federation with 25 years in office. These are, of course, 3 outliers, but actually 19 organizations have an average above 10 years. Some 22 have an average above 8 years, and for 3 organizations at the top, we couldn't find any information. So this doesn't tell you everything, of course. We're only working with averages, but I believe it tells you something. So to conclude, in our study, we found empirical evidence for the lack of good governance in global sport governing bodies. And we established that the ethical scandals, some of which are going to be discussed during this conference and have already been discussed by Jens here, are actually, for a large part, institutionally induced. This means that the lack of certain organizational arrangements actually constitutes a breeding ground for corruption, concentration of power, lack of democracy, and also the lack of effectiveness of these organizations. So there is a problem. How can we change this situation? We do not believe that it is likely that change can come from within these organizations. Why not? Well, because there is a lack of accountability mechanisms, and therefore those that govern the organizations are not inclined to reflect on their own behavior, while at the same time bad behavior doesn't have a consequence, often goes unpunished. So there is definitely a need for some form of external pressure. At the same time, we must realize that quite often those that govern international sport governing bodies don't realize what constitutes good governance. And they should be helped, they should be informed. So what we learned from this was there is a need for a comprehensive list of good governance indicators firmly grounded in theory. There also is a need for some external pressure, which can, for instance, be done by benchmarking, naming, shaming. And therefore, in our minds, our tool, our sports governance observer, provides an excellent step towards answers to these needs. Now, to finish this presentation, I would like to briefly discuss our sports governance observer. What is the sports governance observer? Well, basically, it's a list of 47 indicators of good governance divided into 4 dimensions: transparency, public communication, democratic process, checks and balances, and solidarity. Now, for each of these indicators, we devised a scoring system. So we assign a score to each indicator ranging from 1 for not fulfilled at all, over 2, weak, 3, moderate, 4, good, to 5, state of the art. This allows us to give a score to each indicator, give a score to each dimension, but also to give an overall score for each organization we review. So in the end, we can make a ranking of organizations we review, and this is, of course, interesting for journalists. If you want to learn more about this EDGES project and the Sports Governance Observer, I kindly invite you to join us at our EDGES session tomorrow. The final version of the study I was talking about has been published online at the website of the International Journal of Sports Policy and Politics. Feel free to contact me if you have any questions or to talk to me after this presentation. For now, thank you very much for your attention.
In the next days, we will have some case stories of what can sometimes happen, what is possible if you have poor governance in international sports organizations. And we will also have workshops where Arnout, Geeraert, and some of the other partners from this project and other experts on good governance, and of course also FIFA will be here on Wednesday, and to discuss their reform process. So there will be lots of interesting content about good governance in the coming days. And now we move back to match fixing and to football, because we found, and they sure need it also here in Aarhus, they could need it in the local football club. We found a perfect target player, because Mario Cismek was, as a footballer, without a salary in his Croatian club for many months. He was a perfect target player, not as a striker, because he was not playing as a striker most of the time, but he was a perfect target player for match fixers. And he's going to give us now his story, supported by the International Players Union, FIFPro, of how it came to this, and that gives us kind of sense of what we will be talking about also in the match fixing sessions later today and tomorrow. Obviously, it is not easy for Mario Cismek to come here and speak in front of this big crowd. He has had a long, glorious career, not a glorious maybe, but a good career as a professional football player for 20 years, and it was destroyed in just 1 month. So Mario Cismek, please take the floor. and there will be possible to ask questions to Mario after his presentation.
My name is Mario Cismek, born 23 December 1975 in Zagreb. My career began in Zagreb when I signed my first professional contract. Since then I have played approximately 250 games for the Croatian First League. I have also played for national team for team under 21. Until the moment of this case that is called offside, I played in professional and responsible manner. I was completely honest sports, and anything achieved was down to hard work and my love for sport. Unfortunately, in life sometimes things happen what happened that we don't want to happen, and that we never imagine in our worst nightmares. But it's happened, and I'm a witness for that. I agree to speak about my experience with corruption in football because I want to warn all sportsmen against falling into the trap of match fixing. They should listen to me so they can recognize negative circumstances and can intervene, and that's sense avoid unhappens. During the season 2009-2010, I played for NK Sesvete that fought for survival in first football league. The situation in club was exceptionally bad. There was a financial crisis, bad conditions for training, and people on the board. They did not care for players. I and another players had not been paid a regular salary for 14 months and owed money on taxes and my pension. We had no money, and we no longer spoke about training or football, but only about how we were going to survive. Every other day we would ask whether we would pay, and then would say yes on Monday. Then we say okay on Monday, but that would not pay on Monday, only a promise to be paid in Wednesday, and then no money, and then no money that day either. It went on 4 months, and the whole team sank into depression. The only way out was to move to another club, but the problem was that our club demanded a compensation that was way too high. We lodged a claim with the Croatian Football Federation arbitrary court to terminate our contracts and then and get our dues paid. But this process takes a long time, so we are forced to play for the club for at least 6 months and maybe a whole year. I came to training at the rest of the team without any will, positive sports energy, and from day to day we are sinking deeper and deeper in our spirits. We did not have anybody to turn to because we were unprotected and left to our own devices. This was the situation that was the best for the criminals. They could create their own success on the backs of others. These depressive days, on one person showed up, and it was a person that was known to all us from the football society. It was a person that was a member of Zagreb Football Association, and he promised us a way out of the crisis, and he said it was a cooperation with other clubs and the board of our club. He wanted us to fix the results of some of the games during the rest of the season. It was about 6 games that we are not important for the future. is not important for the future of our club because we are already certain to fall out of the first league. And that is how it's all began. One game after the others, there was constant pressure. We felt our soul were being eaten, and we were deeply ashamed. The feeling was terrible, but I could not go back. The organizer was present everywhere in our lives, and he put pressure on us. Each game he would call us and tell us how and what we had to do to fulfill his expectation. And I sold my pride for small money, compared to the loss that I feel and that I'm living with today. The agony latest until the end of the championship of 8 June 2010. I was arrested in my home in front of my daughters, and the situation was terrible. Until yesterday, I was in their eyes a father and football player, and in only few minutes, I became their shame. I was in jail 47 days, and I felt as is I was dreaming, but unfortunately, it was my reality. When I came out of the jail, the case went to the court, and it's followed by the media and was an even heavier weight on me. I was sentenced to 10 months in prison, and the authorities want me to pay back some money. And worst of all, I can never play football again in Croatia because I have a lifelong ban from the Croatian National Association. Today I'm asking myself, was my career worth so much that I could gamble for the money that was not even close to what I have been playing for, but had not been paid. Of course, I'm not running away from my responsibility, and I realize the mistake. I made and I will responsibility for I have done, but nobody can give me back to me what I had before the offset affair, and that is the sport spirit of doing your best and taking pride in it. Important for the clean game. It's the main precondition for success or all fields of life, and also in sports, because only bad step can run everything that we have giving our lives for through training and sacrifice. Everything is wasted. Today, everybody is aware that there is more and more crime in professional sport, especially in football, because we are talking about big money, and sports is a good platform for those that want to come to money in an illegal way. Sportsmen must recognize this situation in the time, and they must be able to inform leaders and the other responsible people that work together with agencies to help prevent them falling into a trap like me.
Take a seat here. Thank you to Mario for giving us his personal story. As you can hear, it's not easy for him to tell the story, and we have now an interpreter, Elvia Kikic, who will assist Mario in answering the questions you might have. So I don't know if we have questions from the floor. You can ask about everything. Mario might not want to give an answer to all the questions because there's still a court case going, but feel free to ask. And when you ask, please state who you are and also who you represent if you represent somebody. So give the first question here.
Yes, thank you for your story. Very interesting and a very important story. I have a question.
Please say who you are.
Oh yes, Hannah Brevik. I'm working in the sports department in NRK, Norwegian Broadcasting Corporation. You said you were approached by a person who was an official. Was this a high-ranked official person who came to you with this illegal proposition?
Nije bio visoko rangirani čovjek, on je bio to na lokalnoj razini.
It was not a high-ranking official. It was more on a local area sphere, from the Zagreb area.
A football person? A football official?
Nacionalnog tima nego
Local. It was a football official, but not from the national association. It was from the local regional area,
Zagreb.
from region of Zagreb.
What did he know about this person?
He knew everything about him.
Because he's been coach, bio trener u mlađim uzrastima. Onako kad si od malena smo svi znali.
This person was a big football coach, and it was a person that was known for them for a long time, since they were small children.
So they knew, and you knew and trusted this person in a way who made you fix the games.
Zato nam je mogao svima prići.
They knew him, and that was the reason how he could reach to all of them as such.
We have one here.
Bastian from Basketball Australia. Listening to your story, Mario, it calls to my mind, have there been changes now that if somebody else experienced an approach like this, that they would have somewhere to turn to report this?
Before, when this happened in Croatia, we don't, like you heard, we don't have nobody to help us. Now we have FIF Pro. This is organization, it's syndicate for the players. In this time, we don't have nobody to say problems or something like this. Just go to arbitration, but it's long period. Nobody don't go to arbitration if you don't take a salary 2 months, 3 months. We go 4 months. When we come there, we are enemy of your club, enemy number 1. And then after this, they don't give you to play. You put them on national this court. It's long period. Because of this, we don't go. Enfolded in this trap.
We have a question over here. Okay, so then we have one here. Down here. Okay. Oh, sorry.
Sorry for my English, but I
Hi Mario, I'm Jens Littorin of Swedish daily newspaper Dagens Nyheter, Stockholm. Thank you for coming here. I think you show a lot of courage coming here. I want to ask you, the first game where you participated to throw the game, how did you feel about that? And did you think that it was just going to be one game when you did it? Thank you.
Osjećaj je bio, to vam ja sad jako teško mogu objasniti svojim riječima.
It is very hard to explain with words how the feeling was.
Zato što nikad u životu nisi došao na teren da izgubiš. Nisam volio na treningu izgubiti, a kamoli na utakmici.
I took never to the field to lose a game. Never in my life before.
Ali te nekakvi razlozi, ti u životu imaš djecu, obitelj, te navedu na tako i jednostavno kad to jednom napraviš, poslije je gotovo.
But some circumstances in life, family, children, and all the rest of the circumstances are bringing a person to that, and then you make that once, and that's it.
Maybe can you tell us what happened in that first fix you were involved in? What was the order? What were you expected to do, and how did you do it?
Da, možeš li objasniti kako je bilo u prvom slučaju? Kakva je bila naredba i kako si trebao da uradiš nekako?
Pa to je trajalo, taj pressing je trajao mjesecima, nismo mi sad da je on došao nama u petak i da bi mi to napravili u nedjelju.
This pressing, this pressure lasted for months. It didn't happen just one day and then we should wait until Sunday and then do it.
And in my club it's be in first 11 8 players.
You can just speak Croatian.
Da, znači to je, u mom klubu je bilo 8 igrača, to znači da je on htio bilo bi ih svih 16 zato što niko nije imao, svi smo bili u istom problemu.
In his club, in this club, there were 8 players, and they were all in the same situation. And if he wanted, he could actually do it against all 16 players in whole club.
So you what did you do actually? Did you lose 10-0 or did you? And how did you manage to lose in a convincing way?
No, we lost 2-1.
And was that according to the plan? What did you let the opposition score on purpose, or how did you pretend that it was not on purpose?
Sad sam mu rekao, ako je bilo 8 igrača, jednostavno nismo samo išli 100%.
No, not at all like that. If there were 8 players that agreed about this, they just didn't give 100% of what they had inside of themselves.
Znači i novinari bi nas pobijedili.
Even the journalists, if they wanted to play against us, they could have won against us.
Mario, here. I'm Daniel Chang from Paraguay. I didn't get right if you said it in the exposition. Were these last 6-7 games meaningless games for the club? I mean, you weren't fighting for the championship or fighting for the relegation. And since it was a group decision, 8 players from the team, how about the others that didn't agree with this? Did they know about this? Were you like, did you keep in secret? Or were some kind of discussion about this?
Znači jedna je ovo, da li je to bilo bitno za preživljavanje u lizi ili kako da pobjedu, a drugo je da li su svi bili složeni oko toga i neki nisu ni znali.
Ovaj drugi dio igrača je bio ono baš mlad, znači bili su jako mladi i ono sve htjeli.
The rest of the team was very young. They were very young players, and we did not involve these players so much in it.
And the games were meaningless?
Da li su te igre, znači te utakmice bile besmislene, znači nije značilo ništa za... They were already, the club was already getting out of the league, so it was already decided before that, so it didn't...
So they managed to be relegated without fixing the games, and then afterwards they started.
Kaže, vi ste već ispali iz lige bez
We have
fiksiranja
one down
utakmica.
here.
Yeah,
Yes,
that's right.
thank you for your compelling tale, Mario.
Please
Sina
tell us who
Hansen.
you are.
Excuse me?
Please say
Yeah,
your name.
I was about to do that. Sina Hansen from Danish School of Media and Journalism. I was kind of wondering whether you felt threatened by the man who confronted you and asked you to fix the match. Was it only something that you could do if you wanted the money, or did you feel that it would have consequences to say no?
Da li si se osjećao pod prijetnjom da tom čovjeku, znači da uradiš to što taj čovjek traži, ili si smatrao, znači da to treba za pare da uradiš ili na koji način u tom smislu?
Pa nisam to osjećao pod nekakvu prijetnju.
I didn't feel that as, I didn't see that as some kind of threat as such.
Pogotovo u početku.
Not in the beginning.
A poslije kad je poslije nas je onako, ajde sad ćete ovako, sad ćete onako, tako da poslije mi je više to bilo, nije mi to bilo ko prijetnja, koliko mi je bilo onako, osjećao sam se jadno što to radim, a opet
Later on, it was as some kind of pressure. He said to us, you should do this, you should do this, you should do this. And we felt pity as such. We felt sad because of what happened and why we did that. And I couldn't sleep anymore after that.
Erik Schmidt, Aarhus University, and the local football club in need of a striker. Thank you very much. I would like to ask you, so there were a group of 8 among you that were part of this game. Did you persuade the others, or did this official approach you all, or how does things like this work in practice?
Rekao sam, on je sve te ljude poznavao i znači oni mi prilaze.
As I said before, this man knew all of these players. So he approached all of these players individually.
Thank you for coming today. Pam Boltler from Women Can International in the United States. At what point can your story that represents so many players around the world be presented as a human rights issue rather than just a corruption issue?
Da, ovaj recimo match fixing, znači namještanje utakmica u Hrvatskoj, u tom dijelu Europe je zbog toga što se tako odnose prema igračima.
Yeah, this case of match fixing in Croatia and in this region as such, the main reason why it happens, it is because of the behavior they have against the players.
I to je dobro pitanje. Za ta prava mi ih tad nismo imali. Sad je malo bolje kad je došao taj sindikat.
And this is a very good question when it comes to that, because these rights, as rights we didn't have them at that time. It's a bit better now when these laws have been come.
Ja ne znam šta je navelo ove tamo u Italiji igrači ovo, but u ovom dijelu Europe ja znam da je to samo zbog toga što nisu plaćali igrači.
I don't know what brought these players in Italy, for example, to do these things, but I know that in this region, the main reason was that the players were not paid.
I can add that this evening we have a speaker talking about the conditions that professional players live under in many countries in Europe.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Mr. Chris Rasmussen from the World Lotteries. Do you have any idea where the money have been placed from the guy who wanted you to fix the match? Is that in the local country, or is that Asia markets, or yeah?
Da li su stavljali pare? Da li je to u lokalnim tržištima ili bilo u Aziji na azijskom tržištu?
Ja znam kad je to počelo, ja to nisam znao.
When this began, I know that I didn't know about that.
Sad kad je bilo suđenje, sad ja znam da je to bilo u Aziji ili negdje tako.
After the judicial process, now I know that it happened in Asia.
Do you know how much money was won on the matches? Have you heard about that during the process?
Ne znam to.
I don't know about that.
Claus Elund from Ekstrabladet here in Denmark. At the time of the fix, did you know about the 8 others, or have you only learned about the 8 others during the process?
U vrijeme fiksiranja toga, da li si znao i ovi 8 drugi ljudi ili si to tek skontao kasnije?
U našem procesu su bila, u Hrvatskoj su bila 3 kluba. U Hrvatskoj znači su bila 3 kluba i znao sam sve te igrače, nas 24 nas je bilo osuđeno.
And during this process, there was 3 clubs involved, and all 24 players, we knew all each other in between us.
Leviathan Hendricks from the Federation of Gay Games, based in London. I am anyway. Thank you very much for being here and sharing your story, especially in a language you're not as familiar with. I thought that was fantastic. Well done. you've played in different countries around the world. It says here Israel and Iceland. Were you aware in your travels and being parts of different leagues around the world of similar circumstances that could potentially lead to match fixing in other countries?
Da, ti si igrao vani u svijetu, znači u Izraelu i na Islandu. Da li si primijetio isto da slične neke slučajeve match fixinga oni imaju tamo?
Ne, zato što u to vrijeme ja sam bio normalno plaćen i na kraj pameti nije bilo.
No, in that time I was a completely normal player with normal pay. So I didn't do so much about it.
Hello, Karen Jones, Asser International Sports Law Center out of the Netherlands. You mentioned the financial strains and the pressures of the players. We talk about governance in sports now, and a lot of times we talk about the need for whistleblower protections and anonymous call-in lines and things like that. At the time that you were going through this, would you have used something like that? And do you feel that conditions have changed enough now that would be of benefit?
Da, pošto ste bili vezani sa ovim, znači bili ste uslovljeni sa ovim oko para i oni sada puno pričaju oko tog upravljanja, znači na tim organizacijama. Da je bila mogućnost whistleblowera, znači da neko izađe i anonimno da prijavi neke slučajeve. Da je bila ta mogućnost, da li bi ti koristio tu mogućnost da prijaviš cijeli taj slučaj i da se to riješi?
Pa sad normalno da bi, kad vidim kroz što sam sve prošao.
Of course, right now I would have done it after I have been through all of this.
Zato i upozoravam mlade igrače, se to idem tamo da im pokažem, da vide na moje priče, da moraju upozoriti.
That is why I am doing this, to explain and warn to the young players how it is and how it can be.
But I think the question was, does he think that, for example, in Croatia, some rules or some helplines or what have been put in place that would prevent this from happening today? What happened to him?
To što ona pita, kaže je da li imaju neke linije s pomoć koje se to može preventirati, da se to ne desi ponovo u Hrvatskoj. Da li je nešto etablirano uz pomoć?
Sad, uz pomoć FIF Pro je puno bolje, to još uvijek nije kako bi trebalo biti.
Right now, it's better with FIF Pro than before, but it's not as it should be.
Okay. We have 3 more questions there and there and there. Yes?
Yes, thank you for coming. I'm Yara Inani from the Danish School of Media and Journalism. My question is, did you think about exposing the problem to the Croatian Football Federation or the International Football Association?
Da li se razmišljao da to prijavi, znači cijeli taj slučaj Hrvatskom nogometnom savezu ili međunarodnim tim institucijama fudbalskim?
Pa tad nisam razmišljao to, to napravio.
In that time I did not think about that. Otherwise I would not have done it.
Ko što sam i rekao, sam smo razmišljali kako da preživimo, nismo imali doslovno za ništa.
As I said before, we were only thinking about how to survive. We didn't have anything, so we didn't think so much.
Yes, thank you for coming.
To ništa nije vrijedilo. Ništa nije ništa vrijedilo. To je bolje da smo, ne znam šta da sam išao raditi i bacio kopačke.
It was not worth anything. The best thing would have been that I took my football shoes and I throw them out and just went out and worked with something else.
I'm Katarina Železna from Danish School of Media and Journalism as well, and I just wanted to ask, you mentioned that you are taking the responsibility for what you did. So my question is, what kind of punishment do you think you deserve?
Ti si uzeo na sebe svu odgovornost koju trebaš. Kakvu vrstu kazne ti smatraš da ti zaslužuješ da dobiješ?
He will go for a swim during the storm here.
Pa ne, ja nisam došao ovdje da mene neko žali. Ja ovo sve zaslužujem što sam dobio. Možda ne sad da odem u zatvor, baš u zatvor, ali zaslužujem sve što mi se desilo. To je moja, to sam ja, sam si kriv za to.
I didn't came here so people should feel pity of me. I'm completely aware of what I have done, and I'm aware of the
Jedino
situation.
što mi je krivo što u Evropi znači nijedan igrač nije završio u zatvoru.
But there is one thing I feel a bit angry about, that it is that no player in Europe at all ever ended in jail.
A u svakoj zemlji u Evropi imamo match fixing, imamo znači namještanje utakmice.
And possibly in all the countries in Europe there is some kind of match fixing going on.
Hi, Mario. My name is Ezequiel Fernandez Murs from Argentina newspaper La Nación. You know, there was a writer, he was a Nobel Prize winner. His name is Albert Camus. He played football, he was goalkeeper. And once he was asked about life and football. And he said, after many years during which I saw many things, what I know most surely about morality and the duty of man, I owe to sport and learned in my country. Do you share this opinion?
Da, kaže, to je jedan pisac i fudbalner. I on kaže da sve... Can you repeat the question again?
The phrase, the quote
The
of
quote, yeah.
Albert Camus. After many years during which I saw many things, what I know most surely about morality and the duty of man, I owe to sport and learned in my country.
Yes, and what to tell you more?
I think we need coffee after this question, and we will be. First of all, of course, I would like to thank Mario for his courage to come here, and I know Mario will be available also for interviews if anybody wants to speak to him after this session, and we will try to have strict time management, so we will start again at 3:30. So thank you for everybody for this session.
Ja, ja, ja.
Ja, tak.
Bare holde øje med hende, når hun går heroppe, så kigger hun lige ned, og så sådan noget, og det er kun den her knap.
Det er det der med, så kommer for jer fejl, så
overhovedet ikke. Der er ikke noget der. Så det er...
oplæg, som Jens skal finde.
Jeg tænker bare, så kan folk lige se, hvad der skal ske.
Ja.
Indtil Jens kommer op.
Indtil Jens kommer, kan vi
Indtil Jens kommer op.
kan vi godt tænke til.
Ja.
Jamen, så skal den også slutte igen
Ja.
derefter.
Det har
Jens
styr
har
på.
åbenbart en oplæg i Jens mailbox.
Ja. Når Jens kommer op, så skal den bare slutte. Ja.
Bock. Er det en, du sådan lige kan se, sådan når du kigger der rundt?
Men jeg kender ham så nogenlunde.
Fordi han mangler et PowerPoint fra ham.
Er du sikker på, at han vil bruge det?
Det ved jeg ikke. Jeg har bare fået at vide, at jeg skulle lede efter det. Ved I helt sikkert, at han skal bruge et PowerPoint?
Nej, det ved vi ikke.
Okay.
Men jeg går ud fra det. Men der må godt tage den bare, når han kommer. Altså, der er ikke noget at gøre. Nej, som om at det er maskinen, der kan jo godt nå, når man ikke kan lide det, hvis man ikke fanger ham.
Bare lige fanger ham, når han går op.
Hvad hedder det? Du tager den anden mikrofon, og du tager den ene mikrofon. Niklas, kom. Er det ikke dig, der? Nå, det er dig?
Nej, det er ikke mig.
Nej, Nikolaj.
Nikolaj, kommer ham.
Nå, okay, jeg troede, det var dig, der skulle have ham.
Nej, jeg går bare lige
I have been informed by the organizers that I have to be very strict on the timekeeping. And that means that although you haven't taken your seat yet, I need to get started with the presentation of this afternoon's program. Anti-doping in crisis, are there alternatives to testing? This is a debate that has been going on for quite some years now, and positions have become clearer, and I think that today we have a good chance to further the debate, since we have got a vast number of hugely experienced people in the field. I have been told by the organizers that the timekeeping was, as I said previously, very important. So I won't make long introductions to each speaker, just say the most important things, and then say that if or when every speaker stops, there will not be time for questions, not even clarifying questions, because clarifying questions in a hot topic like this may take some time. So instead what we are doing is going straight onto it and leave the questions for the final panel debate, the panel discussion that will conclude the session. See, it is a long and congested program that we have, and I won't even allow a coffee break in the middle. So if anybody thinks that they need to visit the restroom or whatever, need a drink to, then just move to the bar or move to the restroom without too much noise, and we'll get along with it like that. The first speaker this afternoon is barely in need of an introduction, but to keep the proceedings, I will say that Dick Pound was the founding president of the WADA from 1999 to 07, and he's still a member of its foundation board. Since 1978, he was also a member of the International Olympic Committee and was a member of its executive board for 16 years. He headed the IOC's investigation into the bribery scandal arising from the 2002 Olympic Winter Games in Salt Lake City, and most recently he headed the report to WADA Executive Committee on lack of effectiveness of testing programs. Having read this report, I think it is safe to say that Pound has been on a long and evolving journey that reflects a growing disillusion with the entire system in which he has played such a prominent role. So I am excited to learn why what should work does not work. Thus, without further ado, Dick Pound.
Well, good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to be here today. I think this is an important conference, and it's one of the many reasons why I'm delighted to be here. Let me say right off, I'm not disillusioned with our system. I think we have quite a good system. That's not why things don't work. I think pretty well everything we need to accomplish can be accommodated within what we have right now. But the problem, as we know, is that doping persists. As mentioned in the introduction, about a month or so ago, I presented a report of a working group that I chaired to the WADA Executive Committee on some of the reasons why our group does not think that we're able to catch the right number of cheaters. We know from many sources that the percentage of athletes using doping is double digit, but our catch rate runs between 1 and 2%. So even if you say double digit means 10%, and even if you say our catch rate is 2%, which it's not, what it means is that the testing system misses 4 out of 5 athletes who dope. And what led to the working group was a question that I posed at a WADA Foundation board, saying, we got all this, our detection methods are better, we've got better laboratories and so on. How is it possible? How is it possible that we are not catching the right number of dopers? Does it mean that there are substances and methods out there that we don't know about? Certainly when I was president of WADA, I always assumed there were, but there are not that many. Does it mean that sophisticated dopers have evolved their practices of microdosages and so forth that have much more restricted windows of detection? Almost certainly. Does it mean that we're not doing enough out-of-competition testing? And here the answer is both yes and no. Frankly, the number of tests performed is far less important than the quality of those tests. But so much focus has been placed on the number of tests in order to achieve nominal compliance with the code requirements that the tests are ineffective. They are known by those who institute them that they're not likely to catch anybody. We need more intelligence-based testing targeted at the right people, at the right time, and for the right things. Does it mean that the science of detection is too weak? Well, the science continues to improve, as it does on the other side of the doping equation. But it certainly is able to detect any of the substances and methods currently on the list of prohibited substances and methods. I think an area in which we do need some more improvement is the understanding of how the cocktails of drugs work, the effect of drugs on drugs that may result in the masking of certain prohibited substances without actually involving a prohibited diuretic, for example. And that's especially true where there's a quantification level in the measurement of the presence of a drug before you trigger a positive test. Does it mean that there are human failures? Most assuredly. Here I feel somewhat like the English poet Robert Browning in his famous poem of "Let Me Count the Ways." I think the most fundamental of the human failures that we face is that there's virtually no incentive out there to catch anyone. In fact, it's almost the reverse. Sports don't like catching in their own house. Makes them look bad, makes their leaders look bad. Nationals in their own country don't like to catch their own nationals. They don't mind catching other nationals, but their own, not so much. The stakeholders involved are not interested in quality results. They simply want to demonstrate minimal numerical compliance with code requirements, that a certain number of tests were performed. Therefore, they're compliant. The efficacy of testing is not even a factor that they consider. And there's the same comment here about there's no incentive to identify dopers. Stakeholders are unwilling to assume the costs of effective programs. In fact, most of them want somebody else to bear the cost. At WADA, our main role is not testing, it's to monitor. People want us to pay for their tests, and they don't seem to get it, that, listen, this is your sport. It's the credibility of your sport. It's the health of your athletes that is involved here. They have no apparent interest in the negative impact of doping on either their sport or on their own athletes. And in many cases, there is a demonstrated unwillingness to become informed enough to act in an intelligent manner. We have a number of sport leaders that persist in denial of any doping problem in their sports. They pretend that there's no doping problem in their sport. Other sports are different, of course, but their sport, there's not a problem. If there's a positive case, that is written off almost immediately as an aberration, a lone wolf, a rogue athlete acting on his or her own, and it's not evidence of a pattern of behavior. And there's a tendency to look at the corporate solution. You know, in corporations and business life, when there's a crisis, the corporation changes its chief executive officer, usually with a big payoff. They hire somebody else, and they declare that they've turned the corner and the problem is over. Well, that does not happen. And the denial of some sport leaders, it's mind-boggling, and certainly leaders in some of the biggest sports have said, and I'm quoting practically verbatim, nothing on the WADA list would help a player in the sport of X. Therefore, the players in the sport of X do not take these things. Therefore, there's no point in testing for a whole bunch of things that they don't take. These are sport leaders, believe it or not. Athletes themselves are unwilling to take high-profile positions against doping, and they remain, as we've seen, strangely silent in most cases, even when they know they're being cheated. Sports organizations, as we know, do not encourage disclosure, and sport organizations do not follow up on disclosures that are made to them. A subset of that is that sport leaders are much, much tougher on whistleblowers than on the actual cheaters. It's not long ago that when Landis and Hamilton informed on Lance Armstrong, the president of the UCI calls them scumbags and traitors and whatever it was. These are the informers. The guy who cheated for 9 years didn't get anywhere near that kind of treatment. And whistleblowers, even within their own sport, are shunned. And George Yaxley is a perfect example. Somebody came out, disclosed what was going on, disclosed what he did, could not get a job in cycling thereafter. So there's a preference to cover up, to gloss over, rather than to admit a problem exists. And then there are the other sort of off-sport balances. As many of you may know, Landis and Armstrong both tried to have me expelled from the International Olympic Committee and removed as president of WADA because I dared to suggest that there might be a problem in cycling. And there were personal lawsuits by the UCI and Verbruggen against me for the same reason. Sports organizations are unwilling to execute their own responsibilities. They will not discipline non-compliant members. Even my organization, very reluctant to apply tough love measures so that sports organizations and even governments don't have to worry. You know, the minute somebody said, well, country X should be excluded because it's not compliant, the first thing that comes out of the IOC is, well, now we have to be careful that the athletes don't suffer as a result of their government's failure to do something. Wrong. Yes, they should. Because if you don't do that, the governments aren't going to listen. If they know there's no consequence to non-compliance, what will happen? But let some government try to explain why there'll be no athletes from that country in the Olympics, because they will not become compliant with the World Anti-Doping Code, then you'll get some change. And the national anti-doping organizations often are far more willing to identify foreign athletes as violators than they are their own. The other thing we found in WADA was even if you got caught, your national federation, your national anti-doping organization would give either an illusory penalty or sanction or no sanction, which would require upgrading the thing to the International Federation, which in turn was reluctant to impose the penalty called for by the World Anti-Doping Code. So we, WADA, ended up having to exercise our right to go to CAS to get the right sanction applied. With respect to code changes, almost every change requested by sports organization is one that is designed to weaken the sanctions against dopers. There's a very strong resistance to harsher measures, and everybody's always looking for a way to reduce the sanction. Compliance standards relating to the code and even to the International Convention are, in quotation marks, ridiculously low. It's a self-reporting system. It's numerical only. You know, do you have anti-doping rules? Yes. Ha. You know, do you perform tests? Yes. Do you perform out-of-competition tests? Yes. Do you perform a certain number of tests? Yes. Therefore, we're compliant. No discussion whatsoever about whether those tests are effective or not. And then, of course, there's no action taken in respect of non-compliance. Even reporting on code compliance is resisted and deferred as much as possible. There's always some reason for not having a report. And you know, the prospect that there's a new event or a new rule coming in is an excuse not to report on the basis of current rules. Say, well, you know, the rules are changing, so you know what, a report on your present compliance is basically going to be of historical interest, so let's not bother. And so on, things get put off year after year. Even improvements to the code, which everybody recognizes as important and making the fight against doping in sport more effective, are deferred. The code we're about to adopt in Johannesburg in 2 weeks from now will not come into effect until 2015. There'll be more than a year when this code, which we all know is better code, will not be applicable. Go figure. It was the same in 2007. That code did not become effective until 2009. Certain countries, and we all know who they are remain closed, and testing their athletes is practically impossible, certainly from outside the country. The international federations take no action. My organization, the IOC, takes no action. Governments take no action against other governments. And if you manage to get in, any doping control officer who's ever been in one of these countries knows how aggressively they've been treated by the local authorities. When you get to tribunals formed under the CAS rules, they don't seem to understand that the whole question of proportionality of the sanction, whether it's appropriate for the particular offense, has already occurred prior to the enactment of the code provisions. And they make these so-called policy decisions about proportionality on their own account. And the tendency seems to be that, well, if an athlete has taken the trouble to appeal against a sanction, he or she should get some benefit from having done so. And they can cheerfully ignore pretty clear language in the code in their efforts to reduce sanctions. As to investigation of what's going on, sport organizations are not willing to set up the mechanisms that are required to allow for investigation of suspected doping activities. It's made as difficult as possible to report on doping or suspected doping, and again, they avoid acquiring the necessary expertise to investigate those allegations. Information, which is out there. There's a lot of information out there. The question is, how do you get to share it? And this is a particular problem with respect to governments. Governments have far more investigative powers than sport organizations. They have a lot more information relative to sport offenses, but you can't get them to share it. Operación Puerto is a perfect example. Not only wouldn't they share, they now want to destroy the evidence. In Torino, following the 2006 games, it took well over a year to get information on the doping activities from the Italian authorities. And as you may hear from my friend Bill, the US government authorities, also in possession of a huge amount of information that would have been very helpful in the Armstrong case, refused to help supply to USADA. One of the things that I think would be very helpful, and which we don't have right now, is for WADA to have the power to impose an interim sanction where there's non-compliance. Right now, all we do is we monitor and we report. And the stakeholders should do something, but they tend not to. If WADA had the power to make an interim suspension, that would be terrific, because you'd get instant action. If WADA were to overstep, you can always appeal to CAS, which would say, oh, that wasn't appropriate. But if those conditions that apply to the interim sanctions still exist at the official reporting date, then the responsible stakeholder should be required to act. We're in a process now where attention is being shifted, if you like, from the anti-doping problem into the broader corruption areas in sport, including match fixing. And I certainly wouldn't want to ignore that form of corruption, but the particular effort in that direction is being taken by organizations that really don't know much about it, frankly, away from doping, where they actually do know quite a bit more. Governments themselves, I think, are guilty of not implementing measures called for in the convention. They have certain educational commitments that are very important. They have not monitored compliance with the convention with any muscle whatsoever. And even things that could help avoid inadvertent doping, such as the improper use of, or the use of supplements that are tainted. All the governments promised in this convention to have labeling requirements. I can't think of any country that has actually honored that commitment. There's been limited use of the athlete biological passport. I hope that will increase because it can, the information in that can help reduce the overall number of tests and provide for a more targeted response. International federations in the creation of their testing pools, their registered testing pools, have not been particularly forthcoming. One of the largest sports in the entire world had in its registered testing pool 10 players. Think about that if you want to see about commitment to anti-doping. The funding partners, in brackets, that's code for governments in this case, interfere with the independence of many of the NADOs, which goes back to the incentive issue about whether or not people really want to find dopers. WADA itself is knowingly underfunded, even though demands for its activities continue to rise. And I think here both funding sources are guilty of that. The governments cry poor, even while paying less than in prior years, and knowing the nature and the extent of the problem. And the IOC is sort of a little bit like Pontius Pilate, says, well, we'll match what the governments do, knowing that the governments are trying to either maintain the same funding or actually reduce it. Restricted testing menus, think about this. They are imposed by many sport organizations, along with restrictions on follow-up of suspicious samples. Some try to justify this as a matter of cost, but in many ways the restrictions are designed, in my view, to ensure that nothing is found. And I give it an example. There are many federations that give specific instructions that where there's a possibility of testosterone use and the use of artificial testosterone, refuse to allow laboratories to conduct the follow-up analysis to find out if any of the testosterone involved was artificial. And if it's artificial, there can be no question about the fact that there was doping. They won't let the accredited laboratories do it. And my final, this is something that I've felt very strongly for a long time, that there's a two-tiered system between team sports and individual sports. Team sports, in my view, get virtually a free ride. The sanctions are weaker. The number of permitted tests is much lower than for individual sports. And I think that is something that needs to be addressed in the future. So let me finish. I mean, how can I be here in Denmark and not finish with an adaptation of Hamlet? My Danish friends are always afraid that I was going to say that there was something rotten in the state of Denmark. No, that's not. But from Hamlet, the question is to be clean or not to be clean. That is the question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It was a very thought-provoking presentation we had there from Big Pound. Our next speaker is General Counsel William Bock, who was the lead attorney at the United States Anti-Doping Agency in the investigation of the use of performance-enhancing drugs by Lance Armstrong and other members of the US postal team. Bill interviewed each of the USADA cyclist witnesses, represented USADA in court proceedings brought by Armstrong in Austin, Texas, and was the principal author of USADA's 200 pages reasoned decision, which got such a huge repercussions. So I'm very much looking forward to hearing Bill's statement of his on-hand experiences. Bill, over to you.
Well, thank you very much. It's great to be here. I am suffering through my first cold of the season, and so if I have to run out, I'll be back. Dick Pound, you were right. There was a problem of doping in cycling. And thank you for your courage and your willingness to speak the truth. Not everybody was prepared to do that at the time that you were. I know you got sued because of it. Others got sued because they told the truth. But we're indebted to you for your courage. We are at a critical time in the history of elite sport. I submit that the key questions for this generation of sport leaders are what can be done to restore confidence that the performances that we see on television are truly meaningful, ethically achieved, and not shaped by chemical preparation. And secondly, can our children dream of participating in elite sport without having to face the life-altering choice of using dangerous drugs or giving up on their dreams? To address these questions which face sport today, I'd like to spend the next 15 minutes trying to answer them through the context of the lessons learned from the Armstrong case. As we all know, Lance Armstrong crossed the finish line at the Tour de France in first place 7 times from 1999 through 2005, twice more than any man in history. And in 2009, he came back and finished on the podium again in 3rd place. In the course of his cycling career, he became a global icon, the most recognizable athlete on the planet, and was paid several $100 million by his sponsors and employers. He traveled in helicopters and private jets, dined with presidents, dated movie stars. He was mentioned as a candidate for the governor of Texas, if not the U.S. presidency itself. His good name and tremendous goodwill were reinforced by an image as a cancer warrior. He was heralded as a crossover star. More than just an athlete, he was a man who had come back from the brink of death to win those tours, to raise money for cancer awareness and bring hope to thousands. It was said that some found the will to fight the disease merely by being in his presence, reading his book, hearing his story. 1 year ago, had I said that no other man in our lifetime had reached the pinnacle of his profession in such an improbable, iconoclastic, and impressive fashion, would any in this room have stood up and disagreed with me? Yet the searing force of the truth is so powerful, so transformative and dynamic that in less than 2 weeks after the U.S. Anti-Doping Agency issued our report on October 2012, October 10th, in which we outlined Lance Armstrong's serial cheating, drug trafficking, and witness intimidation, Lance had been removed from his cancer foundation, Livestrong, of which he had been chair. He'd been dropped by virtually all of his sponsors and lost more than $100 million in future income, all in less than 2 weeks. Now, some theorists will tell you that the public does not care about whether athletes dope, that the way forward for sport is to remove all restraints to doping and include unrestrained drug use as another facet of competition amongst elite athletes. However, the Lance Armstrong situation is a massive counterweight to that oft-stated myth that the public does not care about doping. I can tell you from experience that the people do care. When people believed that Lance's achievements were unaided by pharmaceutical enhancement, they found Lance's cycling victories inspirational and significant. However, from the moment it was established that a significant factor in those performances was chemical and biological manipulation, the public judgment has been rejection of those performances. In the weeks following USADA's report establishing Armstrong's drug use, he was stripped of honorary degrees, his name was removed from buildings, from businesses, and from street signs. Dick's Sporting Goods, one of the largest sporting goods manufacturers in the United States, announced an unexpected fourth quarter loss attributed to declining sales of Livestrong apparel. You see, the Armstrong case points to the value, which I believe is almost universally shared, and that is the view that a strong factor that gives elite competitive sport meaning and value is the belief that the performances that we see on TV are not chemistry experiments. Take away the rules relating to performance-enhancing drug use, and I think you'd see a significant loss of interest in sport. If today's scandals lead us to ask whether we should regulate drug use in sport in the future, the Armstrong case suggests that the failure to do so may have a significant impact on the public's interest in and view of elite competitive sport. So much for the view of the public on the outside looking into competitive sport. What of the views of the elite athletes on the inside? Our witnesses in the case against Armstrong were 11 of his former teammates. Though in Armstrong's shadow, these men were yet at the pinnacle of their profession as well. Among them were men who could call themselves among the best cyclists in their generation. I spoke with each at length. Since our report, I've interviewed many additional riders from other teams within the peloton, including Tour de France winners and household names within the sport. These are all athletes who competed at the highest levels of a sport permeated by pharmacological enhancement. What I have found among these athletes who used PEDs in an environment where there was virtually no rules was they longed for a sport where they didn't have to take the risk of pharmaceutical enhancement in order to compete. You see, they didn't want to dope, but they used because of the coercive nature of drug use within the peloton. And the story these riders tell is very grim. When I think of the Tour de France, and perhaps you're the same, I think of a long line of brightly colored cyclists against the backdrop of the Alps or the Pyrenees on a sunny day. But the cyclists tell you a different story. Tyler Hamilton and Floyd Landis will tell you a blood transfusion's gone bad, breaking out in a cold sweat alone in a hotel room, pain racking their bodies because they had used blood that wasn't stored properly, of spending a sleepless night between stages of the tour wondering if they would die from an infection from the bad blood they had infused. David Zabriskie, Christian Vandevelde, and Michael Berry, among others, told us about how young riders were groomed for doping. First of all, please dispel the notion that this is about adults making uncoerced decisions about what they want to do with their own bodies. When the doping begins, these guys are frequently young men away from home in a foreign country where they do not speak the language, they have no support structure, and they're being told by their coaches and doctors, the people that are there who they trust, who should be concerned about their health, that they must dope in order to compete successfully. And if they want to succeed, they have to use performance-enhancing drugs. Now, do these men have a choice like you and I have choices every day? I know that when David Zabriskie began with the Postal Service team, he was making what some might call slave wages of less than $40,000 US per year. In his second year, his salary went down to $15,000 US a year. Floyd Landis made $60,000 a year in his first year riding for the U.S. Postal Service team. Christian Vandevelde had been given a doping program by the Italian doctor Michele Ferrari, and Vandevelde had not been following it. Christian told me that he was pulled into Lance's apartment and told by Lance that if he did not stay on the program, there were plenty of other riders who would take his place. In interview after interview with pro cyclists, there has been a palpable sense of the inhumanity and barbarism of these practices. These athletes are viewed by people with power over them as a means to an end. They are cogs in an economic engine, wholly replaceable and expendable. If you don't dope, you're replaced. If you don't finish highly, you're replaced. For Michael Berry, his realization of his value in the system came when he was lying in a hospital room after suffering a horrific crash in a race and a terrible head injury. He laid there in his hospital room for over a day, not even visited by team management. According to Michael, they were certainly willing to meet with him in a coffee shop in Girona to tell him about his need to get on a doping program. But when his life was on the line, after he had almost paid the ultimate price for his team, they were nowhere to be found. When you pull back the cover from the doping culture in elite cycling, the picture you see is not pretty. In my view, there's but little to distinguish it from human trafficking. Do athletes want rules against doping? For the vast majority of them, they desperately do. Even most of the dopers don't want to dope. And when they get to a level of economic success in the sport, they often pull back on their doping. So some have looked at Lance Armstrong's drug use and said, well, he was a grown-up and he made the choice to dope. Why can't he do that with his own body? But in elite sport, the choice to dope is never isolated. Lance's decision to dope led others to drug use to keep up in a never-ending arms race of pharmaceutical preparations and safety-defying risk-taking. So what of the David Zabriskis, Christian Vandeveldes, Tyler Hamiltons, and Floyd Landises of cycling's future? What is our responsibility to those who, without anti-doping in cycling, will certainly have to make the choice of using dangerous drugs or leaving the sport to those who will? My belief is that we have an ethical duty to athletes to, as much as possible, remove the choice of doping from sport. So the Armstrong case leads us to ask as well, how did things get this way in cycling? How did it get this bad? Where was the leadership in the sport, its international federation, the UCI? The sad truth is, as Dick Pound well knows and tried to point out, the UCI was part of the problem. Last summer, after we initiated anti-doping proceedings against Lance Armstrong, Lance sued us in federal court in the U.S. to stop our case from proceeding. And the UCI fought us tooth and nail, trying to obstruct our case at every turn. Even before USADA's disputes with the UCI became public, they refused to provide us Lance Armstrong's testing records. Once Armstrong's suit was filed, they argued we didn't have jurisdiction over Armstrong, a U.S. athlete, that only the UCI in Switzerland could bring a case against him. And of course, the UCI was never going to bring a case against Armstrong. In 2005, when evidence came out that 6 of Lance's samples from the '99 Tour contained EPO, the UCI had commissioned a supposedly independent report, which actually was not at arm's length, and which exonerated Armstrong. Now, in 2012, UCI President Pat McQuay was issuing letters to USADA, which Lance's lawyers used in the lawsuit to argue USADA's case should not be permitted to proceed. Just as bad, as Dick has already mentioned, the UCI leadership engaged for years in a public relations campaign against cyclists who were willing to tell the truth about doping in the peloton. Those of our witnesses who have been identified publicly were actually upbraided by Pat McQuaid and Hein Verbruggen as liars, a tactic which was clearly intended to influence others not to cooperate with our investigation. In an unguarded moment, on the very day that the UCI publicly accepted USADA's decision on Lance Armstrong, Pat McQuaid called USADA witnesses Tyler Hamilton and Floyd Landis, as you said, scumbags. Let's be clear. The only reason the UCI accepted USADA's decision in the Armstrong case was that in the light of public opinion, they felt they had no choice. After Tyler Hamilton spoke out publicly in 2011 and acknowledged that he had doped with Armstrong in connection with the 1999, 2000, 2001 tours, former UCI president and current UCI Management Committee member Hein Verbruggen was quoted as saying, "That's impossible. Lance Armstrong has never used doping. Never, 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 I'm sure." Verbruggen leapt to Armstrong's defense, yet Verbruggen should have been aware that Armstrong had had samples on UCI tests that were suspicious for EPO in 1999, 2001, and 2002. The existence of these samples was not disclosed to USADA by the UCI, whose representatives sought to cover up from USADA this evidence in their possession of Armstrong's doping. What was the motivation for the UCI to act in this way? Economics, perhaps? Lance Armstrong, the global icon, brought so much money into the sport that he was untouchable. He was able to manipulate the sport's decision makers. In fact, we know that even during the course of our case against him last summer, and despite McQuaid's denials to the contrary, Armstrong and McQuaid were communicating. The UCI's response to doping and cycling presents the classic problem of the fox guarding the hen house. The UCI had a massive conflict of interest in ferreting out doping in its sport, particularly when to do so meant some short-term financial pain. Yet the UCI's short-sighted approach has hurt cycling long-term, much more than had they acted responsibly on the evidence of doping they had at the time. As a consequence of the Armstrong case, numerous sponsors, including the largest single sponsor of the UCI Pro Tour, have pulled out of sponsorship of the Pro Tour. The Rabobank organization, who I believe was the largest single sponsor over the last 10 years, has pulled out. So the UCI allowed the House of Cycling's commercial success to be built on the shifting sands of doping. Now the storm has come in, and the house has been swept away. For the past year, the most important question has been, how can the sport of cycling be reborn? Unfortunately, for the year following USADA's reasoned decision, the answer given by Pat McQuaid at the UCI was the same answer given by the man behind the curtain in the movie The Wizard of Oz. I hope this translates. We watched The Wizard of Oz in the United States. He said, "Look the other way. The sport must have fundamental reform. Only decisive action can unshackle cycling from its doping past, yet the UCI provided only a non-answer. Look the other way." They said, "That was the cycling of the past. Look the other way." They said, "Our sport has never enjoyed more commercial success. Look the other way." Ladies and gentlemen, if you care about sport, if you care about the hundreds of, if not thousands, of young men who are enticed to devote their lives to a beautiful sport and then coerced into a life of doping, do not look the other way. When you think about Tyler Hamilton and Floyd Landis suffering alone in their hotel rooms, or Michael Berry alone in his hospital room, do not look the other way. if it matters to you that Christophe Bassans and Scott Mercier, as young men, were driven from their sport in the prime of their careers, as were hundreds of others, by their refusal to use drugs, do not look the other way. If you care about the legacy of the young cyclists from the Netherlands and other countries who died in their sleep, supposedly healthy men in a healthy sport who went to bed and did not see tomorrow because their blood had become packed with red cells and their hearts were unable to pump the EPO-thickened sludge, if you care about them, do not look the other way. If you care about men like Philippe Gamont, who did not see his 42nd year, who testified just last summer about his doping before a French Senate committee and then passed away days later, do not look the other way. Cycling from the early 1990s on became a blood sport, and those who looked the other way, who did not use what power they had to end the era of unrestrained drug use, have blood on their hands. You've been told that this was the Armstrong era, as if one man was responsible for all that was wrong about 2 decades in cycling. Do not believe it. Cycling did not experience the Armstrong era. Cycling experienced the EPO and blood doping era, and though progress has been made, unfortunately, this era is not over. While cycling under Pat McQuaid looked the other way in the year after the Reason decision, the national anti-doping agencies and WADA, the World Anti-Doping Agency, did not. The investigation of doping in cycling has continued. The focus of our effort has never been a single rider or a single cycling team. While Pat McQuaid may have called the last decade and a half the Armstrong era, and he did, USADA has not. The culture of corruption in the sport is far broader, and so, as you know, we have sought to bring cases against not primarily cyclists, but to expose involvement in doping by team directors, team doctors, and sports officials who should have been protecting the health of athletes, but instead permitted the culture of doping to grow. For this reason, we offered Lance Armstrong the opportunity to cooperate with our investigation. At the outset of our case, we invited him in. We were confident that he had information, and remain confident that he had information about corruption at the highest levels. However, Lance then, and continuing till today, has refused to cooperate, and we're sorry that he hasn't come forward to contribute to a solution in the sport. Yet Lance's refusal to cooperate and the stonewalling at the UCI has not dissuaded USADA, WADA, or our partners in many other countries from moving forward. You can rest assured that we are moving forward aggressively to expose the depth of the corruption in the sport. While the dispute resolution process can be lengthy in sport, our policy continues to be to move cases forward as promptly as possible. Of course, we regularly face delay tactics and efforts to derail the process, but we are resolved that these efforts will not deny our efforts to dismantle the system that supported doping on a grand and grievous scale. In November of last year, I stood in the window of a sports school in the Norwegian countryside with Anders Solheim and his team from the Norwegian Anti-Doping Agency, with Jack Robertson of WADA, and waited for Stefan Chogard, one of the blacked out names in the USADA report, who was coming to share his doping past. In January, Luna Hansen and I had the privilege to accompany Luna Hansen and her team, along with Jack Robertson as well, Luna's team at the Danish Anti-Doping Agency, as they took the confession of Michael Rasmussen, another name blacked out in the USADA report. Jack and I have interviewed witnesses with Herman Ram of the Dutch Doping Authority, as we have sought information with Herman regarding other redacted names in the USADA report. We worked with ASADA, the Australian Sports Anti-Doping Agency, as they prepared to meet with Matt White, another individual whose name was redacted in the USADA report. my time is up. I hope that you have a sense from what I've shared with you that the fight against doping in sport is not over. We're thankful for a new era in cycling and the election of a candidate who has announced his support for reform, both in terms of an independent commission and in terms of independence in the effort in doping in cycling. And we are hopeful that with the support of Mr. Cookson and the UCI, the future in cycling will be better. And I would just urge you to keep your eyes on the process of anti-doping in sport. Please do not look the other way. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bock, for this very empathetic talk. I wonder if it is true, actually, that the public, given all the evidence about the competitors, did not know that there was some extraordinary means to the fabulous ends that Armstrong achieved. But that aside, next speaker is Frédéric Donzé, who has been the director of WADA's European Regional Office and International Federation Relations since early 2011. Prior to assuming this role, Donzé was an integral part of the WADA team at the headquarters in Montreal, starting in September 2002. As one of the agency's longest-serving employees, he was involved in the development of the majority of the agency's programs. He served as the agency's primary spokesperson and produced or contributed to most of WADA's public content. Today, he'll introduce us to new strategies in the fight against doping. Frédéric Donzé, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Professor Møller. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, dear friends. I was asked by the organizers to not express thanks due to lack of time, but let me just tell you the pleasure I have of being here with you today. I certainly look forward to the completion of this session and to the subsequent exchanges that will take place. And it is a pleasure to be here in Aarhus with all of you today. In their respective presentations, Bill Bock and Dick Pound highlighted two very significant elements, two very significant lessons that will blend into my presentation today. Firstly, Dick Pound highlighted the fact that testing as such is not as good as it could or should in the detection of doping. And a second important point as well, which is that without the commitment of every stakeholder, cheaters will remain undetected and deterred. And from his part, Bill Bock outlined that the US anti-doping agency's investigation of doping in cycling demonstrated the effectiveness of a number of new strategies in the fight against doping in sport. So in the coming minutes, 10 to 15 minutes, I'd like to run you through a number of these additional strategies that are starting to demonstrate their effectiveness. But first of all, I think it's always good to remind ourselves why we fight against doping in sport. I think that if you asked any of you in the room, there would be different answers to that. But I think we would all agree that we fight against doping in sport to protect every athlete's right to compete in doping-free sport. And when we catch cheats, when we see headlines, scandals, and so on, I think we should all the time remember that the focus of our work, the focus of the anti-doping community is always to look after the clean athlete. So how do we fight against doping today? Well, roughly speaking, the fight against doping lays on three main pillars. I won't go into prevention and education. It's, of course, a major field of the fight against doping in sport, but there will be other opportunities to speak about it. Now, in terms of deterrence and detection, I think that there's something interesting to outline here. In terms of detection and deterrence, while testing as such is not as efficient as it could or should be, a number of scientific research studies, but also many of the testimonies we receive from athletes tend to show that testing has a real deterrent effect. No later than a few days ago, there was a study published by the International Journal of Sports Sciences that strongly suggested that in terms of the performances demonstrated in the sport of athletics, in the running disciplines, the performances decreased or did not increase as much as expected since the implementation of out-of-competition testing. But of course, there are challenges. We all know that. We've heard from Dick Pound, we've heard from Bill Bock. There are a number of societal challenges. It is clear that today, and it was mentioned earlier in the afternoon, it is clear that today there is a very concerning and growing trend of the involvement of doping criminals, I should say, but of actually the criminal gangs that often deal with match fixing as well in terms of the fight against doping in sport. Our contacts in Interpol have indicated to us a number of times that often the people that are behind match fixing are also behind the distribution of doping substances. Of course, doping goes beyond elite sport, and we see today, and there have been a number of surveys and of research showing a concerning trend as well of young people taking doping substances just for the purpose of looking better, looking with more muscles, or looking just leaner, and so on. And there are a number of other societal challenges, including the easy supply and the easy availability of doping substances through the internet, for example. I won't spend too much time on the anti-doping challenges in terms of the anti-doping community, because Mr. Pound has already gone very extensively through them. But it is clear that the quality of practice of the rules is not at a level where the testing can have a good detection rate. And WADA has been aware of this situation for a number of years now, and we have been aware of the need to look for new additional strategies to the strategy of only testing. And one of them that has been mentioned a little bit earlier by Mr. Pound is the athlete biological passport. The athlete biological passport, as some or all of you may know, goes from having a current approach to doping where you have a test, basically a radar on the road, and if you're faster than the radar of the road, you'll be caught and you'll be fined, you'll be sanctioned. The athlete biological passport goes from a different standpoint and looks really at the longitudinal evolution of the biological parameters of athletes. This is a pretty new approach. This is an approach that has been launched a few years ago. It is not a tool that has been used by many anti-doping organizations, national anti-doping organizations or international federations so far, mainly because based on blood, the athlete biological passport is used mainly by sports with a strong endurance component. But we will see over the next few months with the very soon to be launched module, which is called the steroid module based on urine, that more and more of the anti-doping organizations will use the athlete biological passport. The steroid module will be based on traditional tests, and these traditional urine tests will allow the completion and the development of a baseline for every athlete, so that anti-doping authorities will be able to see the abnormal variations of the biological parameters of the athletes. And we hope that in the midterm, the mid to the long term, we will see an effectiveness of the athlete biological passport such that all of the anti-doping organizations will use it, because it has two benefits. The first one and one that has been demonstrated in cycling and in athletics, for example, is that when an athlete has biological variables that have been so abnormal, you can actually open a case against him or her. And to date, there have been in excess of 40 cases that have been upheld by the Court of Arbitration for Sport. Court of Arbitration for Sport saying that the athlete biological passport is valid and is robust legally and scientifically. But the athlete biological passport has also an additional benefit. And this additional benefit is actually through the observation of the variation of the parameters of the athletes to better target testing and to go towards what Mr. Pond was referring to more intelligent testing. We have been told by many international federations and national anti-doping organizations that the overwhelming majority of their EPO cases over the past few months have been the result of targeted testing as a result of the abnormal parameters of an athlete. So we hope certainly that this strategy will be one that will be an effective one in addition to testing, traditional testing over the next few years. The second one that was very well emphasized by Bill Bock in his presentation is the intelligence and investigations part of the fight against doping in sport. We can see an evolution that started a few years ago, and certainly if you look at the list of cases I outlined there, these are all major cases that were uncovered through what we call non-analytical anti-doping rule violations. If you read the World Anti-Doping Code in force today, you will see that most of the anti-doping rule violations are not based on analytical findings, but are based on non-analytical findings: possession, tampering, administration, trafficking, and so on. And we see more and more, and we've seen that certainly this year, more and more anti-doping organizations making use of this tool. This is not an easy thing to do. I think you could ask Herman Ram, who will present after me. You could ask Anti-Doping Denmark, the national anti-doping organization here. This is not an easy tool to implement because you need to build bridges with law enforcement. You need to be able to share information between sports authorities and anti-doping and law enforcement authorities, And even sometimes, as was mentioned by Mr. Pond and Mr. Bock, you will not have access to any of the data of law enforcement, and you'll have yourself to try to find evidence that an anti-doping rule violation has been involved. We can see in Denmark, in the Netherlands, in other parts of the world, a real willingness to use this tool, and we hope that with time going, most anti-doping organizations will make use of intelligence sharing investigations in their fight against doping in sport. When we speak of new strategies, we also need to look at alternatives. And of course, as we said today, prevention, education, testing, detection are the pillars of the traditional way of conducting anti-doping. But there have been, over the past few years, the developments of a number of partnerships between the anti-doping community and what I should call other industries or other sectors. One that has received some publicity, but most of the work is actually done confidentially for obvious reasons, is the partnership between WADA and the anti-doping community and pharmaceutical and biotechnological companies. For years, pharmaceutical companies have not wanted to be associated with anti-doping. It was a negative image for them. And for the past few years, they have accepted to work more and more in cooperation with the anti-doping authorities in order to, when they develop a molecule that can potentially have a performance-enhancing effect, they share it in advance of its release on the market with anti-doping authorities so that anti-doping authorities can try as much as possible to implement detection methods in advance. This has proven very efficient on a number of occasions. This is a partnership very much still in its infancy, but we hope that these type of partnerships will evolve in the future and will become more fruitful with time. We have had also a number of other partnerships in other sectors. Speaking of prevention and education, there has been a partnership between WADA and the International University School Federation to implement curricula in schools relating to anti-doping. You all have heard probably also of the partnership that WADA has had for a few years now with Interpol, trying to look at the whole angle, not only of non-analytical findings, but also all of the angle of trying to push as much as possible countries to put in place legislation allowing anti-doping rule violations to be detected based on non-analytical evidence. These strategies and the fact that testing is not as efficient as it could or should be have been part of the whole discussion that has taken place since the end of 2011 as part of the revision of the World Anti-Doping Code. I won't go into too many details of the revision of the World Anti-Doping Code because it could be a separate session, and that may be actually the subject of some exchanges after the presentations of today. But some of the areas I outlined today and which we consider as new additional strategies have been incorporated into the revised World Anti-Doping Code that will be discussed in 2 weeks at the World Conference in Johannesburg. I think of the entourage, for example. I think also of intelligence and investigations, an area where anti-doping organizations will have to put in place a number of processes in order to be able to gather and to share intelligence. So this is something that we have been trying to put in place for a while now, and we will certainly continue to do that. In a nutshell, I think we all agree, and we've heard some very good examples from Mr. Pond and Mr. Bock. We all agree that testing is not the panacea of the fight against doping in sport. Of course, it will continue to be a tool in the toolbox available to anti-doping organizations worldwide, but at the same time, we, and when I say we, it's the anti-doping community, you, we, everybody, will continue to try to find new additional strategies to enhance the right of the clean athletes to doping-free sport. In that regard, as you know, we are always very happy to receive any type of constructive suggestion, comment, and criticism, and we look very much forward to continuing this discussion, and I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Donzé. Now we will speed up even further. Our next 3 speakers has only been admitted 10 minutes of time. So first in line is Herman Raam, the General Director of the official National Anti-Doping Organization of the Netherlands. I'll just hand over to you and don't waste your time.
Thank you. Of course, it's not fair that you only get 10 minutes, but I'll do my best. Yeah, it's on the screen. Thank you for having me here. I have a program, you might say, a program following from the experiences with the Lance Armstrong case. It's a 4-step program, you might say, and a lot of it has already been hinted to or remarked by the former speakers. I start with diversifying, and that's the first step in my 4-step program. The US Postal has changed the world, the anti-doping world at least, and I even think the sports world. But of course, US Postal is not the standard kind of cases that we come across every day. On the contrary, the vast majority of the cases that we work with are much simpler, less organized, and usually quite stupid, actually. So we shouldn't take US Postal as the standard for what we do. On the contrary, I think it's very important that we diversify what we do, including the rules, to make it possible to actually go after the Lance Armstrongs of this world. And there are more Lance Armstrongs in this world. There's no doubt in my mind. But presently, of course, the rules are quite standard. That was the whole goal about it. Harmonization has been the standard thing that we have been working on. But there is already quite some room, actually. It is not really a completely harmonized and standardized set of rules. There can be exceptions in all kinds of cases, and thank God, I might add to that, because otherwise we would really be in jeopardy. And I must add There also is a difference in the application of the rules. The rules may be the same, but I think we should be honest. We should know and we should see that there are differences in the way the rules are applied presently. And sometimes that's a good thing. Not always, of course. And quite a number of the examples that Mr. Pound gave are the bad side of this. But still, I think it's good that there is a difference between the way cases are handled by different anti-doping organizations because the situations are different. Once you accept that diversifying is necessary, and of course it's very difficult to do that within the scope of a harmonized anti-doping set of rules in the world, once you accept that, you can basically go to the next step in my program, which is targeting. Once you have accepted the first, you can go to the second one. And at this time, we don't use our resources effectively, partly because we are forced to do the same thing in every case. Notwithstanding the fact that, of course, every case is important, I really think that we should be able to use our resources more effectively, especially because we have so little of them. Most anti-doping organizations, including my own, have very little resources when you compare it to the tasks that we are actually up against. So we have to be as efficiently as possible. And we have to focus on the truly relevant, the truly interesting cases. Interesting in the sense relevant for sport. And of course the Lance Armstrong case was a great example of that, because that really was corrupting the sport into its roots, which I think should be the goal and the focus of what we are doing anyway. So that would mean that we need more room to see who we will be testing, where we will be testing them, and what else we will be doing in order to actually root out the Lance Armstrongs of this world. But that is only possible, and several of the speakers already mentioned that, if we are better in something else but testing. Testing will be there, it will stay on, but there's another thing that we actually have to go into, which is investigation. We simply know too little. We know too little to do the job that we are supposed to do. And there are two sides to it. One side is science, social science especially. We do not know exactly how doping actually comes around, how these decisions are made, who are the weak spots in sports, who are actually not to be targeted because they probably will not be using anyway. We're guessing, and if we don't guess, we actually do the same thing all over again for all athletes. Of course, that is not what we should be doing, at least in my opinion. So science, social science, is really crucial. The other side is intelligence and investigation, which is new to us. We don't know much about it. My best guess at this moment would be that probably less than a dozen of all anti-doping organizations really have one or more intelligence officers who do the job, who are specialized in doing this kind of thing. Usually they are former officers of the police or some other law enforcement agency. We need them to do the job, and we really have to get it into all our work. It has to be integrated in what we are actually doing. And we really are learning fast, so I'm quite optimistic. The fourth thing is cooperating, and again, that has been mentioned by the former speakers as well. On a national level, in most countries, including my own, there really is like a Berlin Wall between the anti-doping organization on the one hand and law enforcement on the other hand. And we can't get over the wall, and the wall, apparently at this moment, has not been torn down either. It can go fast, we know that from the real Berlin Wall, but still, at this moment, it really is a problem. And I think WADA really is in a position to try to influence this problem in each and every country, because they can influence, at least to some extent, governments who have to make the difference. The international cooperation, of course, is the other side of the medal, and this is going better as it is. There is, step by step, and there were some examples already mentioned, there is more cooperation between anti-doping organizations than there has been for years. We are more open, we share more information. Still, this could be better, and again, I think WADA in this case really is in a crucial role, in a crucial position to help speed up this problem. If I come to my final remarks, I'm trying to be within 10 minutes, I promise that, and I can go on for hours, of course. But I think, in short, what we are actually up to is that if we really want to get rid of the high-level doping schemes, as I've named them, of which there must be a number. I don't know where. That's one of our problems, of course. But they must be there. And most certainly not only in cycling. Most certainly not. If we want to go there and pay less attention to cases of sloppiness and stupidity, as I've named them, and there's quite a lot of them who are actually based on sloppiness and stupidity, we should, I think, go to these 4 steps of diversifying, targeting, investigation, and cooperation. And we can do that much better than we do it right now. But I'm quite optimistic, because anti-doping is a young field. We are still actually in infancy in many ways. My own organization will exist next year for 25 years, but that's short, of course. That's very short. And we are learning organizations. I think that's one of the general things that I recognize in anti-doping organizations, the willingness to learn, to absorb new information, new techniques, new knowledge, to do a better job. So that really is, I think, in our advantage. That's good of what we do, and we are really learning fast. And I think that's also very important. We do have a better infrastructure than most, let's say, other organizations or strategies or policies that are in their infancy. We have a head start. We had a head start for many reasons, including, of course, the existence of WADA, which has made a big, big difference. So that's good. We are young, but we have a good infrastructure and usually quite a good political support to do the job. So if we really want to be successful, and I think we want to be successful, we don't want to have another situation like the Armstrong case, where it will be going on and on for years without really someone tackling it, then we must make the right choices. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ram, and also thank you for watching the time so rigidly. Thank you. Our next speaker is Frédéric Simon, who is a professor at Johannes Gutenberg University of Mainz in Germany, where he is heading the Department of Sport Medicine, Disease Prevention and Rehabilitation. Simon is a member of the gene doping panel at WADA since 2009 and serves as invited expert for the German Parliament and the Federal Ministry of Health. Professor Simon, over to you.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, I will have the opportunity to rely on some of the messages that have clearly been sent to you by the speakers ahead of me, particularly by Mr. Pound, who told us about the inefficiency of the fight against doping. And the loopholes I'm going to tackle, this is only a fraction of the problem, which I can show you right now, but I wanted to be a little bit more concrete, to give you an impression what is actually the extent of the loopholes we are trying to fix right now in the anti-doping system. Then, with this, I would like to have a concrete look at the data from within the system. So what do we know about the anti-doping test system and their success? And well, I cannot focus on ethics, but I want to give you some hints on what could be discussed, for instance, and also what needs to be discussed in an interdisciplinary fashion. So not particular specialists, but the whole field of anti-doping in order to cope with the problems that I think stick out of the data I will present to you. First of all, we can say there has been, in the report by the WADA working group, an interesting quotation. While there may well be some drugs or combinations of drugs and methods of which the anti-doping community is unaware, the science now available is both robust and reliable. The real problems are the human and political factors. Well, I like this statement because it doesn't say the anti-doping tests are both robust and reliable. It says the science is robust and reliable. And I would say that's alludes to the theory being robust and reliable, but the praxis being still problematic. And this could be due to human and political factors. But if this is the case, then we have to ask ourselves, so how reliable could such a praxis be then? And if we look at the current problem of what can we detect and what cannot be detected, it is actually that for most of the substances that we are able to detect, they are around on the market for almost 20 years. Some exceptions have been named today, which include modern molecular pharmaceuticals and of course designer steroids that have been found, but typically it's very old stuff that can be detected. And still a problem are the endogenous hormones, including such substances that sound unspectacular to you, like insulin, but I can tell you, in professional elite game sports, you could do every second day a severe game, like a soccer game, without any problem if you take insulin and glucose injections. And it's just not possible for an undoped athlete. Because you have an energy problem going on after 2 plays per week. So it doesn't look spectacular, but you can even use testosterone. If it's not exogenous, if it has the right mass spectrometry features, you can use it, and also you can use epitestosterone along with it that has the right mass spectrometry features. You can buy that stuff. That's not a big deal. So not detectable by doping tests, that's still aloft. And I will refer to 2 substances where we have some data around, which can convince you how good the system works or it doesn't work. And I'm particularly dealing with gene doping. And I have to say, yes, science can do a trick. One can detect it principally, but that does not mean that we are successful in praxis right now. So what makes the difference between theory and praxis? There is one thing that really shows you the problem. It's the distribution of money within the system. If we know that we fail to detect the most important things in terms of doping substances, why would you spend $350 million a year in order to do the testing? Would it be okay to use half of the money and spend the other money for the problematic part, which is obviously that we are not able to detect substances that are very powerful, doping substances? Well, I would think a pharmaceutical company would surely decide in a different way than does this system here. The system is also backed up by the media, saying the cheaters are always ahead of the scientists. Well, that is true actually for every single sociologic problem that refers to bribery or corruption. We are always behind, but we can do a good job, or we can do a miserable job and aggravate the problem. Well, the data which are convincing in terms of EPO are, to the best of my knowledge, have been the first data that really show you that there is an effect of anti-doping. So we heard a few minutes ago that in 1999, Lance Armstrong was tested positive for EPO. What was it? It was an experimental trial. So in 2000, there was introduction of first generation EPO testing, and along with it, there is an increase in the running times over 5,000 meter dash after a severe drop of the average time due to the market introduction of EPO. All of this is statistically highly significant. And then the interesting thing, which really prompted my interest in the testing and the inefficiency of the testing system, is that it only takes 3 years and you are back on the line, going down again. And then you introduce second generation testing and it will do precisely the same trick. And after 3 years, you are back on the line again. So how does it come into life? Well, the thing is, if you decide to do some, you know, homeopathic testing, like maybe 2 cyclists, maybe that's already enough. Can we do 5? No, we can't do 5 because our lawyer will sue us and we don't have a chance. You cannot win this fight. There is no way. You can deliver the best test on earth, and it's almost the best test on earth that had been delivered, and the system will just turn it within 3 years into complete nonsense. So you can even have a look at the 100-meter dash and the market introduction time point of Increlex, which is the human version of IGF-1 that cannot be detected currently, and again you end up with a statistically highly significant effect. You can also show this for women, and for 200 meters it doesn't matter. So there's also data around from the sports system itself. The IAAF blood passport system already suggests that there is still significant amount of athletes being doped, either with blood transfusions or with EPO. The test system may detect both, but I have to warn you, it's indirect testing. I'm none of these guys who would say just like this, just apply it and do it. It needs to be established very seriously, and I kind of doubt that all the ethnic issues that are involved here really have been tested on large scale, because it's one thing to test a few thousand athletes. The other thing is that we know if you do 10,000 tests a year and you only have a specificity of the testing of, let's say, 98%, which means among 100 tested persons, 2 are false positive, you can easily calculate that you end up with a significant amount of false positively tested athletes per year. And how to arrive at such precise data, you need to do a lot of testing effort in advance. And it's not 1,000 athletes, it's 100,000s, and you don't even have them. So the other thing was told by Mr. Ram, and I think that's really important. We need to know how big is the problem, and unfortunately it's only reported by the lay press because there was some issues about whether it should be published or not. An agency decided not to publish it because another agency said the method is not worthwhile. Beforehand, the IAAF said the test or the research has never been done. So loopholes, we know a lot from the Court of Laws, so we don't need these data anymore. The public will know we have a severe problem going on. I skipped this right now. And now there was some shift, unfortunately, of the data. Walter Palmer and the Uni Global Union of the athletes came up with an analysis saying that actually in-competition testing is 14 times more efficient than out-of-competition testing. And we wondered, could this be true? And we gave it some independent line of research. And we didn't go for the adverse analytical findings because that is somehow problematic. We went for the total rule violations because even if you hide from testing, this would be a success for the testing system. You don't need to be analytically positive. But still, in-competition testing is 4.3 times more efficient than out-of-competition testing. Look at the prevalence rates you can distinguish here. And that's really unfortunate, because how would you explain this? An easy way to explain it would be to say, well, there are certain substances that can only be detected in competition. The bad news is they make up for roughly 26% of all positive cases we see worldwide. And that's why we know that actually we have a severe problem going on. How could we explain that our sharpest weapon in the fight against doping that needs whereabout requirements by athletes and restricts athletes' right is 4.3 times more inefficient than just plain in-competition testing? How to explain it? And Dick Pound made one remark. He said, well, national anti-doping agencies might not be interested to test their own athletes positive. And true, I mean, the in-competition tests would reach, even if done by national anti-doping agencies, international athletes. But the out-of-competition tests are done on the nation's same athletes by the nation's NADOs. And in the end, I have to ask the question in terms of ethics and the possibilities to say this inefficient system that has to be repaired and where trust has to be restored in, can it be the basic in order to restrict athletes' rights? And I would say it would certainly need further research in order to decide. And I thank you for your patience and audience. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Simon, for this not overly optimistic presentation. Last but not least, we have the former NBA basketball player Walter Palmer, who's head of department at Sport Pro, and he's very much representing the athlete's perspective in the doping debate. Welcome to you. The floor is yours.
Thanks. So today I'm here, I do want to thank the organizers, but today I'm here just to give an athlete's perspective, as it says. Basically what I'd like to do and I'd like to highlight is that clean athletes really do want a system that works. And so when you talk about the ineffectiveness of the system, that's a big concern, right away. Because when you line up, the main goal here is that you want to know, and the reason that you carry the burden of the testing and all the things out of competition, that you want to know that the people that you're competing against are clean. So that's kind of if I say the line that I'm going to be taking today. I want you to keep that in mind. As I was listening to Mr. Pounds, he basically spent 10 minutes listing one after the other the problems with the system, and there's some pretty serious ones there. He didn't have time to give kind of data or background behind it, but as I was listening, I was like, well, why would a clean athlete want to sign up to a system with so many problems? I think it's a really valid question. So just quickly, because I think people need to understand, Mr. Bock spoke about the economic engine, and Mr. Pound was also in his former life responsible for some of the commercial growth in sport, how it's exploding. One of the trends that's happening as well is that more and more athletes are making their living through sport. There are more and more athletes working, and as a result, you have more and more organizations there representing them collectively, unions, associations, and as part of that trend, Uni Global Union and our organization has formed a global platform for these approximately 100 player associations. It's something new, it's a new perspective, and it's something that really needs to be taken into account, because there are a whole set of other rights and responsibilities, things that happen as soon as somebody becomes a worker. And that's something that we really need to, that's the perspective that we're coming from. So look at, athletes are meant and need to meet very high standards, and they carry a very high burden. So just to refresh some of them, we've got site testing, we've got testing in the home, whereabouts reporting. There's a 1-hour time slot that you have to be every day. Now remember, many of our members who are elite athletes, professional athletes, many of them are in these registered testing pools, and so these things are affecting them. They're responsible for costs. The burden of proof has been shifted onto them. Strict liability, everything entering their body. It's a huge burden. So you have to keep that in mind when you talk about ineffectiveness. It's a very serious issue. Now, in 2010, I think something that kind of started this whole conversation perhaps about ineffectiveness was a study that we did. We went to WADA, we were getting complaints after the 2009 code came in about the concern about administrative failures. So athletes were saying, well, I'm not doping, but this is very onerous. I've got to fill all this stuff out. Will I be sanctioned if I make a mistake? So we went to WADA and we said, okay, our members are complaining, so how big a problem is this? And they said to us, we don't know. We cannot tell you. And we said, what do you mean you don't know? You're the information clearinghouse. You should be collecting this. How can we know We need to know so that we can judge if this policy is going to work. You should be monitoring it. But they didn't have the information. So we said, okay, well, we're going to go and do it ourselves and find out. So we had an intern, a guy from Oxford. He got together and he pulled, anti-doping organizations are required under the code to report report everything publicly. So this is just a quick overview. And I think Mr. Simon, Professor Seaman, he highlighted some of the results that we had. I think the key one here for this point is that only 17 at that time, 17 out of 44 European NATOs had fulfilled their reporting obligations, that we could find their reports online. And only 11 of those had actually sent them to WADA. So if you don't have the reports, you cannot analyze the data. You don't have the data to know if your policies are working. That's very critical. The ones that we did find did not have standard reporting outlines, so you couldn't compare the data very easily. That's critical too. It's like comparing apples and oranges, sports being called different things. Certain NATOs reporting some things, not others. You did not have a uniform reporting template. That's incredibly important, and it's a most basic thing. If you don't have that, you don't know if you can't monitor your policies, and that's critical. See some reference to the out-of-competition tests. Relevant a little later is the reference to Germany down there, who we saw was sort of the least efficient NATO. So just have the report here. One of the things, I was at a UNESCO Conference and Parties meeting a couple weeks ago, or in September, and Mr. Howman held up the testing reporting. It's a 157-page report, and it was in front of all of the 174 countries, and you want to have a consensus. And he says, you know, we're doing our due diligence, we're doing our reporting, we have this testing report where you can see all the statistics. You probably don't want to read it because it's 150 pages long, but we're doing it. But the key point is this, that testing reporting is the positives, not the violations. So it's the AAFs, right? So think about that for a second. If you are basing your policies on positives, that includes therapeutic use exemptions, many other legitimate things. You know, you can't use that number. So when we talk about right off the bat, the reference number in the terms of reference at WADA was 1.08%, you're using the wrong indicator right from the start. It's not between 1 and 2. What is the number? How can you base a policy on numbers if you don't have the basic indicator correct? So we talked about USADA. I mean, I think it's definitely important that we caught Lance Armstrong, right? But think about it from the point of view of the clean athlete that's carrying the burden. Actually, that's a symbol of how ineffective the testing was. All those years not being caught through testing. So very important that we caught him. We heard a speech about how important it is, but think about that day-to-day, the pounding, right? They're code compliant. So, you know, we can have an issue about, well, will compliance actually result in something, right? That's the key. If they would only comply, then it will work. So this is held up as a premier NATO. I think they work very hard. They're dedicated. They've been making speeches, and it's very effective. But let's look at it. Let's look at, when we look at violations, in 2011, 8,204 tests, 30 violations. Let's break it down. 0.3% was what they had for violations, which is a number that Professor Seaman used earlier, I think, in front of the German Parliament. But breaking it down, 4 non-analytical, 4 for cannabis, 2 prescription mistakes, 7 for contaminated supplements with a spelling mistake there, typo. 7 were masters athletes. And 1 was a lifetime ban for an athlete who had admitted substance abuse problem. Now, that left us with 6 sort of Olympic caliber athletes, 4 in cycling, 1 wrestler, and a hammer thrower. So now look at that number, 0.07%. Not 0.7%, 0.07. That's a number that if you do this same type of analysis on the reports, you can pull them, you'll find a very similar number. So for an athlete, a clean athlete, that's the number that matters, right? Let's think about that. Similar in 2012, when they caught Lance Armstrong, it was a similar number. Coming back to Germany, I spent many years in Germany playing, and I have great respect there, but one of the things that we saw, they are extremely enthusiastic about out-of-competition testing. They have been an example of, like, we're gonna do a lot of them, and they have. That's one of the reasons their numbers are low. In 2012, they're also code compliant, that's important. 2012, 8,567 out-of-competition tests. Now think about what that means, the cost, the travel, in people's homes. All that, 2 violations were reported, 7 are ongoing. Now obviously the year before there were some that were ongoing, that's what you end up. So look at that. That's what you break it down to. This is a huge problem. You can't just leap over this. You have to know when you're developing a program how big the problem is you're trying to solve. We can't just say double digits in your introduction. You can't just say double digits. You've got to know. And you've got to know the scope of it. You've got to know, are there hot spots? Is it widespread or is it marginal? Are there hot spots? You've got to really define the problem. This is not acceptable, and we heard it again today from our perspective. So if you're designing a program, you know, I pulled off some things. I'm not a social scientist. I'm an athlete. You can pull these things off, and we look at these things. This is the type of a process maybe you should go through. Have we defined the problem? I don't think so. If you're using 1.08 positives as your indicator in the report that Mr. Pound did on ineffectiveness, you're not using the correct indicator. The size of the problem hasn't been defined correctly. We haven't really, we heard it from Mr. Rahm, we haven't assessed the risk areas. The interventions, the testing is really what it's all about, $350 million a year. Do we have definable, measurable performance targets for testing? How do we know, what are we aiming at? How do you define an effective program? Go through some of the strategic plans and look. It's about being, you know, a leader in the field, but we don't have numbers about testing programs. What does an effective program look like? It's difficult if you haven't done the beginning part. Monitoring performance is not being done adequately. And then if you want to assess and analyze and evaluate, if you haven't done those, how can you? And that's what I think is important. If you look at Mr. Pound's report, you know, a normal evaluation would have sections that would list all of those things. You would go through, you define your problem. Anyone, you know that, right? You'd say, these were the risks that we did. This is the interventions that we put in place. These were our targets. We didn't quite get there, so this was the impact. How can you measure your impact if you haven't defined the problem? So the key question for us, does compliance with the WADA code reduce the prevalence of cheating? And unfortunately, we can't know, I think, because of serious problems with the approach. And I think this snapshot, some of these things, just from my own humble opinion, indicate that there are some serious problems. So, last 10 seconds. I think in terms of alternatives, you need to really assess the risks. Injury, age, transition, pressure, precarious work situations. And we need to have interventions that address those. If you want to protect athletes, let's prevent injury. Let's create effective transition programs. Let's respect labor standards. Let's change schedules to allow for rest. Let's have good governance in our sport organizations. So I think until a proper and independent evaluation is done by social scientists, we need independent ones to do it, we will not know, we won't have solutions going forward. So I'm very pessimistic, unfortunately, about the code that's coming in a couple weeks. For me, we're already starting on the next round. Okay? That's where we are. So with that, thank you for your time. I know my time's run up. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Palmer, for that perspective. That was really valuable to add into the debate. Now we have a healthy 3/4 of an hour for discussion. And having been in situations like this before, I just say that I like a good, stimulating to the topic debate, but I will hope that you will address the question in a respectful manner. That is not the same as saying that you are not allowed to ask any questions. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I'm Katia Rubio from Brazil, and my question is to Walter. Thank you, Walter, for your presentation. I work with Olympic athletes too, and I'm really, really worried with this question because in many different ways, athletes like a bandit. And I've never see the worried with the coaches, doctors, and other people that interfere in the athletes' lives. And we know how athletes believe in these people during this career and listen everything that these people talk with them. What do you think about the punishment to the doctors, to the coaches that involved in this system?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, I think one thing we have to really recognize about that is that the way the system is set up right now is that the stakeholders of WADA are governments and sport organizations. So in that sense, you do not have a real athlete stakeholder at the table. What I would consider a real and legitimate athlete stakeholder, or independent athlete stakeholder at the table. So as a result, when you want to sanction doctors or the entourage, or if you want to put liability on supplement companies, or, well, the only way that you can is to make a rule for the athletes. That's how it works. You make a rule, a sport rule. And so I think that's not necessarily an effective way of doing it. And now we have rules where, okay, we have a problem with contaminated supplements, so we have to make the athletes responsible and liable for whatever goes in their body. We have problems with doctors and with the entourage and pressure, so let's make a rule so that athletes are sanctioned if they are with people like that. That's the problem. I think there's probably, it's very difficult in a sporting rule sense to sanction people that are not under that umbrella. And that's where there definitely needs to be, as was pointed out, some more cooperation and with governments and where laws and people are taken into account. It's just not fair that the whole burden is put on the athlete.
Yeah.
If I can just, I don't know if you hear me. Can you hear me? Yeah, it's good. I just want to add two things on this very issue. I think you touch on a very important issue. The first thing I want to say is that, and we'll agree to disagree with Walter on this, but athletes are represented around the table at WADA. There are representatives of the International Olympic Committee, Athlete Commission. We have 4 athlete representatives around the table of our foundation board, and these athletes represent the voice of athletes, and we have a pretty dynamic athlete committee as well. I know that there has been disagreement between the athlete unions and athlete commissions under the umbrella of the Olympic Committee in this regard, but certainly athletes have a voice around the table at WADA. On the issue of the entourage, it's a very good question as well, and I think that the whole difficulty in terms of the entourage is actually to act on those that are outside the sports movement. At the moment, the code and certainly the US anti-doping investigation has shown that the code enables anti-doping organizations to provide sanctions to doctors, to coaches, for example. The big challenge in that is actually those that are not either licensed, licensee, or that are not under the jurisdiction of the Olympic movement. And I agree 100% with Walter on this. There needs to be more cooperation with governments, and most importantly, there needs to be more commitment of the governments and of other, for example, professional orders and so on, professional unions, in order to sanction coaches, athletes, doctors, even lawyers that may be actually guilty of malpractice.
Thank you. Margaret Talbot, President of the International Council of Sports Science and Physical Education. I was really interested and encouraged by the number of references to the need for multidisciplinary approaches. This is something that ICSPE is trying to promote across the board in sport and physical education, sports science. But it also strikes me that particularly in terms of this relationship between theory and praxis, the tendency has been for nearly all the funding to go into the testing and the punishment and the legal processes around that. And prevention is much more difficult to manage. So what I would urge you to look at, and you know, we're very willing to take part in this, is the pedagogy of prevention. You know, what's effective with young children? What's effective with adolescents? And we simply do not know. And this is something that might help to cut down the amount that we have to spend later in the process. So it's a suggestion. WADA Education Department is working with ICSPE, UNESCO, IOC, IPC, and the International Fair Play movement to look at a shared resource on values education, which at least is a start in this area. It'll take a little while to come through the system, but it seems to me that too little has been focused on that particular area. Thank you.
May I just get back to it, maybe? I mean, it wasn't a question. It was more of a statement. I would principally completely agree, but I have to say, first of all, we have to be aware of the problem. And like Mr. Palmer said, if we don't know the magnitude of the problem we are talking about, if we do not know what is actually the figure for estimated number of unknown cases of doping in elite sports, how should you monitor the success of such educational programs? And we have severe difficulties, I can tell you. I mean, if even WADA decides not to let the natural scientific process go on over research they initiated in this field, then you can almost forget about it. Yeah, you can forget about it. So it is obvious we will not know the extent of the problem, and therefore we cannot deliver the praxis we would very much like to deliver.
I'd like to respond to some of the comments that have been made. And certainly, we need to look at the statistics, and the statistics should guide our action. But that does take place to a very significant extent already. At USADA, our first responsibility is to educate elite athletes within our testing pool of approximately 3,000 individuals. And they go through, we have interactive education. They receive presentations from our education team on a regular basis. This is it's a huge part of what USADA does. Beyond that, USADA has undertaken the research. We've done social science research on what makes for effective deterrence, and I'll get back to that in a second. But we are doing research and analyzing what causes athletes to make the choice to dope or not. And we have a perceptual deterrence model using social science research to actually allocate tests based on the best way to deter athletes. And I'd urge you to go to our website and look at the educational modules that are available. We've partnered with Discovery Education, have educational materials available going down to the grade school level. And we are continuing that effort in our university system in the United States with a true sport university program, working with university athletes. So it's easy to say, well, there needs to be a focus on education. I can assure you you're right, there needs to be a focus on education, and there is a great amount of effort and resources being put into that very important issue. But let me get back to the issue of deterrence. That is one thing that these statistics miss. How many athletes are being deterred from doping by the testing system that exists? And it's great to look at statistics, but I've talked to the athletes, and the elite cyclists, elite track and field athletes, they all are very excited about the fact that there's testing. They want more testing, and they believe that the testing deters doping. And the social science research that we have done indicates that. And the thing, and I appreciate your perspective, Mr. Palmer, and the statements that you made about wanting to examine these issues. That's very important. But you left out the deterrent value of tests. And then you said something else. You said that we should be concerned about athletes' schedules. And I got the suggestion that and we should, but I got the suggestion that what you're advocating is less testing, which I think would be dramatically bad for sport and for athletes. And it's exactly opposite to what I would think a survey of your members would say about whether athletes want testing.
Will you come back on that?
Yeah, if I could respond just a bit. So a couple points just to respond what's been made. There's a very important distinction to be made between an athlete commission and a union, an independent union. And athlete commissions are I think they're important. It was a great initiative in the 80s. They have a very important role to play inside sport organizations. I hope that they're on the list of the governance when we talk about it. They are internal advisory bodies, and I could go into a whole list of issues around them where it's just very difficult for them to and every athlete that's out there knows that, and they'll tell you that, maybe except for the ones that are on the commission. So there's a big difference, and we cannot confuse those two things. It's important to have an independent viewpoint. I hope I'm expressing that today. The other thing about education, there's a difference between education and prevention. So education, what we're talking about here is educating about the rules and about the whereabouts and how to make sure you don't mess up. And that's very, very different than actually helping people to prevent doping. So yes, education's important, but let's make sure we're educating about rules that are going to work. The next point about deterrence, well, we can sit here and say it, but show me the numbers, show me. So that's all I ask. Maybe my social scientist colleague could address the deterrence issue.
Right, exactly. That's what I want to do. I mean, deterrence, if you look at this EPO curve, you cannot say that there is a deterrent effect. I mean, there is a little one for 3 years, and you can easily tell that's only a minor fraction of the athletes that was deterred, and then there is none anymore. So you can even prove it by data. No. So, and even your data you publish, I mean, you are publishing data that show that when an athlete exactly knows that he's going to be tested, which is in competition, it is much more likely that you catch him. So how can you, in this with this data in your hand, how can you talk about deterrence? I mean, talking about deterrence in the anciency of doping, the fight against doping was nice because you could always say, we don't find anyone, so we are successful to deter. So now you put it some data in the internet, and the data is it's so miserable and it's so devoid of completeness, but one can easily tell there's one thing that is not happening, and that is deterrence. And so show me better data, and then I believe in deterrence. Beforehand, I think in science it's going to be difficult to deliver that there is a deterrent effect. I can show you for shot putting, for example. I can show you with out-of-competition testing. Of course, there has been some deterrence effect, but you know, it's not that we have the impression that certain disciplines like 5,000 meters or all endurance disciplines really are covered by this. There is some coverage by abuse of anabolic steroids that is very beneficial for women in shot putting, and you can show data and show that there is some deterrence effect of out-of-competition testing, but that's all I'm aware of.
Your own data shows that there's a deterrent value, and you said it yourself.
Yeah.
There's a deterrent value when a new test is administered, and then there's an effort by some risk takers within the sport to get around that, and some time that it takes. But that doesn't mean that the risk takers, the people that are achieving the world records represent the whole of athletes.
That's true. But let's talk about deterrence. Why not develop a new test and apply it immediately worldwide to all the athletes that are around? If you really want to deter, if you want to tell me that it is the idea of USADA or any other anti-doping agents to deter, you would have to do this.
And that's exactly what we did with THG in the Balco case. That we implemented the test, did not announce it, and developed many positives. I mean, you guys seem to be arguing against the people, the athletes and drug testing.
No,
Is that
not
what's-
at all. Absolutely
Okay.
not.
Okay.
Absolutely not. The point that we make from the very beginning is athletes need an effective system. We need it to work. That's all we're asking
and
for.
I agree
Absolutely, and I
100%
think this
with
is the
that.
box that people have been put in at the beginning, where it's either if you criticize or you come with constructive things, you're for cheating somehow, and that's not the case at all.
But your suggestion
not at
was
all.
stop testing
No.
and tell.
No, the suggestion was
Thank you, gentlemen.
One point about
I
the
apologize.
schedule.
I have
Yeah.
four questions waiting, but Dick Pound, who is the cultured man who was in line for the internal panel debate, will have the last say on this round. Mr. Pound.
Thank you. Listen, nobody is more frustrated by the basic unreliability of the data than I am, but the difficulty you have to understand from a practical perspective is that when an activity becomes clandestine, the data disappear. And what data you get, you can't rely on, and they will be incomplete. What the response on the ground of people concerned with doping, which goes back to, the event that led to all of this being started was the death of a Danish athlete in the Olympics in 1960. Led to the formation of the IOC Medical Commission, eventually to the creation of a list. So, those running sport and concerned initially for the health of athletes said, there's a problem here. We don't know the extent of it, but there's a problem. It affects health. Here are certain things that we know about. So they go on a banned list, boom. Everything goes underground. It used to be, they used to share, I'm on Dianabol, I'm on this, and my shot put's gone from 60 to 70 feet. I have acne all over me, I'm in a constant rage, my testicles are the size of jelly beans, but I'm much better at the shot put. Anyway, so we had some idea of what the problem was. And so we put in rules, and then you try and sell the rule and hope people understand why it's there and what they should be doing about it, and then you try and enforce it, which is difficult. And I agree where it's a work in progress. But a couple of things that I'd just like to mention: the deterrence effect. There's no general statistic that will satisfy you that there's deterrence. But if you watch the 2012 Olympic Games and you watch the shot put and the hammer throw and so on. Nobody even approached an Olympic record, and they were meters from world records. So something has changed, and whether that's deterrence or education, I don't really know. I must say I'm puzzled by the apparent reliability of in-competition tests. I mean, if you fail an in-competition test, you know when the competition is going to be. If you fail a test on that day, you fail 2 tests. You fail the drug test and an intelligence test. So, I mean, I really don't understand that. As far as new tests are concerned, it would be nice to have a new test. Boom, it's on, it comes out, somebody's got it, whap, everybody gets tested right away. Do you know how long it takes? And Perry would know, to get a scientifically accepted test through the scientific community. It takes forever. By the time it's declared to be reliable, which it was from the start, everybody knows about it. So you're too late. You lose the element of surprise. So I think it's important for all of us as practitioners in one sense or another, either as media, as educators, participants, organizers, to understand the nature of the problem. It's a dynamic problem. It's changing all the time, and you're doing your best to catch up with it. And I think if you have questions the way Walter did, that's good. But just asking the question now is no longer enough. There's got to be some contribution to a solution that makes sense, and you come up with the contributions as players' unions or whatever hat you want to wear. Others will test that and say, well, I mean, that doesn't make sense, but maybe we can do something else. And I think there is an answer there. I mean, certainly nobody wants to punish an athlete for a doping offense if he or she is not guilty. They certainly want to reach out beyond the athletes to the enablers. And they would like to have some protection out there for you folks that are competing honestly, and to have you feel that if there's somebody bad out there in your sport, they'll be caught.
Yeah, thank you. Next, and then after you, it's down at the back of the road, just for the mic to go down there. Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Pound, I'm Fernandez Murs from Argentina, La Nación newspaper. Last September in Buenos Aires, Madrid suffered a very big defeat to be the host of the Olympic Games in 2020. In your opinion, it was a message of the IOC because of the anti-doping policy in Spain?
Well, I think, I mean, each of the candidates in that competition had a potentially fatal flaw, and Madrid's was not the doping one. I think it was the economic problem. But there was a question posed, a fairly pointed question posed by one of the athlete members of the IOC on Spain's recent record in the fight against doping in sport. And personally, I thought it was very badly answered. And I think that if for any member who may have been hesitating about a choice and felt that doping was a problem, I think Madrid may have paid something of a price.
Yes, hello, my name is Michael Sauer. I'm from the German Sport University in Cologne, and I work for the Anti-Doping Lab in Cologne. I guess the last 6 years I was a member of the Anti-Doping Commission from the National Anti-Doping Agency in Germany. One comment is that I really lack of the alternatives here at the session. I really wonder what alternatives there could be. Another statement I must emphasize, Mr. Pound, is that you lack of intelligence when you get caught in an in-competition testing. I guess this is proven by a lot of statistics. My question goes actually to Mr. Donzé. I really wonder how you would like to have this new strategies taking part or distributed through all the countries. I give you an example. In Germany, we had a database where the customs and the health authorities, pharmacies work together on a basis that they could put in their data and what they found at the custom. And in the National Anti-Doping Agency, we were not able to deploy this system, this database system, because they were not interested in. So it was not a lack of money only, because it ran for 10 years. So we paid it by ourselves. It was running quite well, but there was a lack of interest. How would you solve this problem? I think sometimes it's a lack of interest, that the fight is not going on and there are no alternatives. Thank you.
Let me answer your question in two parts. I think that in terms of the first of the strategies I outlined, the athlete biological passport, the implementation of the steroid module of the athlete biological passport, which will be based on traditional urine tests, will be across the board, basically. The difficulty will be in the analysis of the data, and that's where you need experts. In terms of the issue you're mentioning about Germany, which is very much a political issue, actually, I would love to have a magic answer. I unfortunately don't have a magic answer, but I think the best we can do from WADA's perspective, and we've done so and we will continue to do so, is actually to work alongside the National Anti-Doping Organization in Germany and try to lobby as much as possible the government while recognizing the total sovereignty of a country. But I think that the best we can do is actually to try to convince them of the usefulness of the situation so that this can be remedied. So there's no magic formula, magic remedy, but this is certainly something where we can help in terms of government relations and try to convince them that it's the right thing to do.
Thank you. And I'll urge you to pose your questions in few words rather than develop a half a lecture. So, yeah.
Oh, thanks very much. My name is Jamie Fuller. I'm from a sportswear brand called Skins. Recently I undertook a global tour with Ben Johnson, which culminated on the 25th anniversary of his 100-metre victory in Seoul. And we were advocating a number of things, and one of those was for the establishment of an athlete support council or some sort of athlete advisory organisation to try and separate the education side of this fight from the anti-doping and testing side. How do you feel about that? Because I've seen, particularly coming through with your comments about, from an athlete's perspective, it just feels like athletes don't have the support mechanism they need. There's a lacking of a cultural fit between the athlete and the NADOs. And I think we need this third organisation that sort of sits in between the two and operates between. And it's a question for whoever likes to answer it.
Well, let me start. I think if you're talking about conceptually, having a 911, whatever the number is in your area, an emergency number that you can call if you're an athlete and say, look, I'm having a problem, somebody's approached me to do this, or I'm wondering if I can use this product or whatever it is. I think that's a good idea if it's reliable. If it's better than you can get from consulting a medical or sport authority in your own country, you don't trust them. Okay, but I think the ethical, the legal, the other issues arising out of the creation of such an organization are probably more considerable than first appear when you think of the idea as a potentially good idea.
So why would I trust you when you're going to test me, prosecute me and punish me? Why would I come to you for advice as to how I can stop doing what I'm doing, or alternatively to talk about what my fellow competitors are doing and blow the whistle when you're there to punish me?
Well, no, nobody's there to punish you. You've got some athlete asking for advice, whether they ask WADA or an independent. If you think there's something more independent than WADA, then be my guest. But if somebody says, no, that's okay, and you take it and it turns out to be a prohibited substance, then what do you do? Oh, but I called 911 and they said it was okay.
Mr. Palmer has
just quickly, just a quick. You know, I was. Your question prompted me to think about the athlete that we heard earlier about match fixing, and the incredible pressure that he was under. And you know, it's very tough when you're in a situation like that. You might be compromised in some way, but you want to do the right thing. Do you call your club? No, they're your employers. Do you call your federation? No, you might be sanctioned. Do you call what? No, who do you talk to? And you know, what he said was that he talked to FIFPro, which was an independent player association that had the resources and ability to be able to help him. And where those associations exist, sometimes they have the capacity to offer that kind of help. It's like you're there for the players. It can be you're there to try to act in their interest, and it can be helpful. It is one extra resource. And I know in Australia, for example, I believe you're from Australia, there's some very well-developed player associations there. And I think that there is a need for that kind of cooperation. So in answer to third party, you know, I don't know, but independent, yes. And it's a complicated question about whistleblowing and who do you report to when it comes to sport.
Well, we have two in the panel. We have Herman Rahm first, and then I think that we should let Professor Simon close this one.
About the relationship between an anti-doping organization and an athlete, that of course is complicated. And of course, a number of athletes will probably always think that we are against them in some way. But still, if you have a good dialogue with athletes, I think you can get really far. In the Netherlands, at least 40% of the athletes who go into a disciplinary proceeding come to the NADO for help and assistance. They apparently trust us enough to do that, because if we were the enemy, they would never do that. But again, it is really difficult, because once you get into problems, it usually is too late. And of course, quite a number of athletes will probably never trust me, just because there's a fundamental distrust of the system. I can't help that.
Yeah, certainly one problem within the system right now is that only the rich athletes, once they have a problem with or in the anti-doping system, and they even don't need to be caught. It could be that they want to report something. Only the rich have the option to do so, because they can hire all the attorneys and everything in order to make sure that they can do it without getting severe problems. So I like your suggestions, and I would say the athlete is the weakest part of the whole story we are talking about. There are medical doctors, entourage, the anti-doping system, all of them are stronger than an athlete that is elite but practices, for instance, rowing and doesn't earn any money with it. So I would certainly think in such a system where there's also no compliance of most of the NADOs with the reporting of data, for instance, you need an athlete union that is dealing with it, an independent one.
Thank you. The next is in the front row here.
Yeah. My name is Paul Ruisenaars. I'm a former basketball international from Holland. Was active in several unions, but I'm now here mainly as a publicist. Interested in other publications, like, for example, and Mr. Pound, I direct the question again to you, like in Reykjavik. At that time I asked you, in which law system would you prefer to work? Your normal work as a lawyer in a democratic, stepping up for democracy in sport, in a democratic environment, or in an environment which is sketched by the mayor of this session, Werner Møller, under the title, Who Guards the Guardians? Are you familiar with that publication? Probably, or no? He is, it's a scientific publication, and I recommend it on the table outside for everyone who is interested in this object. It's perfectly done. Compliments for our chair. But he states there that there is much resemblance between the work that has been that's been done by WADA as an to find relevant information, like it is done in totalitarian regimes. While if I conclude well, we are in fact dependent on what Interpol is doing, and it's probably a better idea to stop with WADA and give this whole operation to Interpol, because I've heard that it's mainly a big criminal activity, probably the same people who are busy with match fixing. So why should we bother around about testing and whether or not the tests are well? Maybe it's faster if we hand it over to Interpol. Maybe you can elaborate on that, Mr. Pound, because Interpol is also in your normal piece of work, I think.
Well, let me put it from a conceptual part. Your question is, what kind of an atmosphere would I be most comfortable practicing? Well, in one where the rules are clear, and I think these anti-doping rules are clear, where they're evenly applied. There's an effort at least to apply them evenly, and where if there's a dispute, there's independent adjudication by people who know what they're doing. And I think that the recourse to CAS does that. Now, turning it over to Interpol, I think, is an abdication of responsibility. I mean, I think this is essentially a sport problem as opposed to a criminal problem. The sport people know, who the athletes are, they know where they are, they know more or less what they're likely to be doing, they know the bad coaches, they know the bad. They possess far more information about the subject matter of sport than the police authorities. Police authorities have the advantage that they can do investigations for which we have no power. And they can make international rules about trafficking and so on that we can't do. And so I think that's a partnership that we've tried to create, but without abdicating the essential responsibility for sport. The credibility of sport, the protection of the health of athletes, and so on, I think is a sport matter. Well, there is a democratic place. So the athletes are at the table. There are the same number of athletes. I'm sorry, I just don't agree with Walter about that. There's the same number of athletes at that table as there are IOC members, National Olympic Committee representatives, international sports federations. And I remember early on in WADA where we were sitting, with the athletes and the sport people on one side of the table and all of these member states on the other, all looking at each other, and you sort of, somebody said, do you mean that the vote of this cross-country skier can cancel the vote of La France? I say, yes, that's the way it works. This athlete has the same voting power on this board that France does.
Right.
And it's worked out very well. Thank you.
Professor Simon has a comment as well to this.
I mean, the idea is kind of interesting, but the problem is even Interpol wouldn't work in Germany. So would it work in Africa? Would it work in Asia, in China, in Russia? I mean, the good thing about WADA is the principal system, I would say. What Dick Pound mentioned at the beginning of today's session, where he said, well, the principle is out there and there is a system that could theoretically work. I'm close to the point to agree. The system just has to take more serious steps in order to be efficient, compliant with its own rules and all the stuff. But why shouldn't it work? And as you mentioned, the athletes, I think they are kind of the missed part, but they would need to organize themselves.
Very brief comment from Mr. Palmer.
Very briefly, I had a coach once who used to say, when he didn't want to target us directly, he would say, guys, I really appreciate your initiative, but your execution is lacking, which means we're out there just not quite performing up to what we want to. And that's what I think is the case here. I think that there's been a great initiative. It's very important to have anti-doping rules, but we've got to execute on them. We've got to do it right. And that would be the message. So I don't think you can give an anti-WADA message. You can't give an there's a lot. It's very complex, and it's very important that we get it right.
The final two questions. First.
Yeah. Hi, Leviathan Hendricks from.
Well, three questions. Okay, you start, and then him.
No, I
and
was
then-
given the microphone,
Yeah,
sorry.
so we have three. Yeah, we have three questions, right?
Leviathan Hendricks from the Federation of Gay Games, and I have the opportunity and pleasure to be part of the anti-doping plenary session tomorrow, the breakout session, which is a bit daunting, considering this conversation here, which interestingly is titled Saving Sport or Sacrificing Athletes. I didn't write that. Obviously, the point of testing is to level the playing field, to protect the interests of clean, elite athletes. For the entire panel, can you envisage or in fact acknowledge circumstances when testing can have an anti-democratizing effect and in fact become unfairly exclusionary to particular populations, be they geographic, health-related populations, or specific sports indeed, or specific sporting competitions, if that makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody who has a brief answer to that question? Can you do it?
I can try at least.
Yeah, please.
Well, at one point, yes, certainly, there is a difference between sports, for instance. In some sports, it's a bigger problem than in other sports. And most certainly, we should, and I hope you understand that from my presentation, we should aim at the problems and try to avoid where there are less or even no problems at all. Other differences, like countries, race, gender, or whatever, should be out of the system. And actually, I don't see the differences right now, and I hope I'll never see them.
Yeah, and I try to add to it. I could imagine situations where the doping system is doing a very bad job, anti-doping system, which would be, for example, if the deterrence kind of works a little bit, and therefore the athlete permanently shifts to using more experimental procedures. And this, referring to your question, this hits the market first in the developed countries. So whenever there is highly experimental stuff, most likely athletes in the developed countries get their hands on it first, and they'll try it. And so if we fail to show how efficient the anti-doping system is, this is the little drawback we have to live with. We don't actually know, do we better the situation, or do we contribute to making it worse?
Thank you, Professor Simon. And the final question.
Yes, my name is Murad Amawi. I'm from the University of Southern Denmark. You were talking about the clear common rules earlier, all of you basically. And I remember two major doping scandal situations, the Festina scandal in 1998 and Operation Puerto in 2006. And I remember the law enforcement reacted in two very, very different ways in those two situations. The riders were thrown in jail in France, and in Spain they're talking about destroying the evidence. So my question is, how can you, or how would you create and implement a common template within different country laws, international cooperation, and different types of sport?
Well, in a sense, we have that. I mean, the World Anti-Doping Code, to which all of these, all of the sports side of the equation are signatories. The member states have adopted the International Convention Against Doping in Sport, in which they all agree to use the World Anti-Doping Code as the basis of their fight against doping in sport. Now, so far it's been unevenly applied. In the case of France, at the time of Festina, they had a law that allowed the police to, there was an anti-doping law that allowed them to make arrests. In Spain, they didn't have that. And in fact, they didn't have a law that, according to the Spanish courts so far, that allowed them to share the information. The law enforcement portion of it, the collection of the information and evidence by La Guardia Civil was very well done. And certainly our experience is that they're furious with the court system, that all of the work they did is going for nothing, and that there's illusory penalties imposed upon the perpetrators. And so now they've changed their law, and we hope that if it happened again, it would be on a similar level to the other countries.
Thank you very much. Time is up, and it's now my duty to wrap it up, and it is very, very difficult, I must say. What I understand is that we have a system which we have put in place in favor of the athletes. And what we hear, if I understand Mr. Palmer correctly, then he says that this system does not really work, and because it doesn't work that well, more and more measures are taken, which is painstaking and a problem for the athletes, whereas those who are running the system is calling for more and more strict measures. So it's as if we are between a rock and a hard place in this debate, which I'm sure will continue outside after we have given a round of applause to the panel. And now my final duty is to hand over to Jens Sejer Andersen, who has a few messages.
Indeed I have, and I would like to also add my thanks to the panel. I have not been able to sit here silently for 2.5 hours and listen, but I have listened now and then, and I have noted a certain intensity in this room. And also I felt that there was a lot of quality in the air. So thanks a lot for your contribution, and many of you have traveled very far to get here. But now I will announce you will not have to travel further, at least not tonight. This conference is running very well. We already have a help tonight from the Danish emergency authorities. Our concern is, of course, Sunday night, will you all go out, leave the room, go to the bars in Aarhus? But actually the Danish emergency authorities said it's not advisable to go outside under any circumstances tonight. So you'll just stay here, calm, please. Also, and there's another sign of the appreciation that this conference is already met with and that it's running very well. We have received our first legal threats for presentations that have not even been given yet. Some colleagues that should be here also tonight are prevented. There have been some terrible flight experiences. They have been through something as excruciating as a doping debate, but up in the air. So they are now in Copenhagen. Some of them don't have much appetite for flying more tonight. But we will somehow get them safely here. The storm will be put to rest when the match-fixing session tonight is over. There are a few changes, but you will be informed about them. We have a new chairman, and Dale Sheehan from Interpol will not speak tomorrow, but tonight, instead of Nick Garlick, who will then speak tomorrow. And I have one very important practical thing. If you have, sooner or later, you will be allowed to leave the hotel. And if some of you are not going to the party Thursday evening, please give back the party ticket you have in your delegate pack. Please give that back to Maria or the colleagues at the welcome reception. This will save us so much money, so we can... It may save us some fun also. But it will save us so much money that we can start financing the next conference. So please economize, help us economize and deliver your party ticket back if you're not going. Well, thanks again. We look much forward to seeing you all at 7:30 sharp. Dinner is served. Thank you.